Test, test, test. Okay, there we go. Let me try that one more time. Ray, good to see you, glad to have you. Bean, lolly ho. Raven, good to see you, glad to have you. I said Raven earlier. That's what I was looked like I was mothering. Just a reminder, if you can't find us, we are home away from home, the Crystarium, port to the Cabinet of Curiosity, and we're under the giant purple tree. We'll be here until 5.3. Rachel, good to see you, glad to have you. The TNA tree, as Umino calls it. Yeah. Good. Black Flame, good to see you, glad to have you. NSK, good to see you, glad to have you. Willow, good to see you, glad to have you. Just a reminder, we're going to be finishing up Eden today, the second half of it. Elio looking like Elio. Yes, I went out of my way and actually went and leveled my blacksmith so I could actually look like myself. Deathberry, good to see you, glad to have you. Messaging in from work today? Give me a second, I need to take off my shoe. Okie doke. I'm gonna go get us back to where we were, and then I know that V is taking care of creating our party, so I will leave V to that. If there's a specific fight you'd like to join in on, but you'd rather not on the others or all want to offer space, feel free to go ahead and do that as well. Is it technically classified as a Crystarium class? Quite? No, it's our closure. Oh, you know, we never finished the last part of our closure. We saw the cutscene and I didn't even turn in the note because that part where you stand there is just so good. Okay, well, why don't we first do our warm-up then? Oh, we also need to do our warm-up for Gladiator real quick. Why don't we do a Gladiator quest as well? How's everybody doing today? At home today? Ooh, you gonna join us, Deathberry? Emira, good to see you, glad to have you. Daniel, good to see you, glad to have you. Okay, we're at the full at the moment? Yes, and also if we need to make 2 parties, we can always do that as well. Speaking of job quests, I recommend that you do the scholar job quests between now and next week. As, let's just say a certain reward item for the Hatching Tide Festival is going to be very relevant to scholars. Welcome back, Elio. As you can see, Ryle and I are getting along swimmingly, so you needn't worry about us in the slightest. Not one bit. So what of the mysterious unsigned letter? Did your grand search for answers lead you anywhere interesting? Closure, maybe. That's so. We're glad to hear it, I suppose. And now we have finished all the Dark Knight quests. I'm torn. On the one hand, I kind of miss job quests, but I just think role quests, like for what they did for Endwalker, works fine, and just doing quests for the sake of it is not a good thing to do either. So frankly, I'm kind of on the bandwagon of like, they don't need to create more job quests for the classes that already have finished their arcs, you know? Oblivion! Good to see you, glad to have you. I would be, but I'm saving the second half to do with my boyfriend too. Sorry. No. You don't have to be sorry whatsoever. I just know that you don't get a lot of chances to join in. So I wanted you to make sure that you got a chance if you wanted it. We should just teleport to the guild. Gives me more time to reread the guide, even though it's making me more nervous, honestly. Don't worry, Raven. The rest of the normals are all still pretty easy. I don't even remember a bunch of them because most of Eden I've only done once. Like, some of them I've done a bunch of times, but most of them I've only done, like, once. Luckily, normals you can kind of muddle through. That's a great scholar glam we're getting. Well, it's definitely important to their lore. And we are a lore channel. Willow called in dead to work. We're glad to have your ghost. I definitely wish we still got 1 job quest per expansion just to check in our job trainer, but I'd be perfectly happy if they were just yellow quests. Yeah, Oblivion, you know what? I would super support that. If they were just like every, you know, yeah. I feel like Endwalker has you check in with so many of them, or not even check in, but you get a little reference to each. Every single job quest has some reference in Endwalker. So for instance, some of them you have like Arun shows up obviously in the MSQ, but you have like, you see Jrun walking around Alamigo or stuff like that. And I think that's the closest we get. for Endwalker, but I would definitely in the future love to see, you know, just a little touch in. Kind of like how closure, or, you know, Dark Knights, you know, our closure is not a blue quest. It's technically, ooh, a yellow quest. You look well, Elio. I hope you are ready for your next task, because I require your immediate assistance. There have been several violent murders recently, the victims of which were all Eorzean men. Based on the multiple spear wounds found upon the bodies of the deceased, we believe that the Lancers are responsible for the crimes. Not only are these murders a blight upon our city, I fear it is only a matter of time before one of our own is targeted. I have just received reports of foreign Lancers skulking about in Stone's Throw. Considering the circumstance, I find it likely that these are our culprits. We cannot abide any more murders. Go to Stone's Throw outside the Gate of Nald, and speak with any you find in the area. With luck, we may find these Lancers before they strike again. I definitely wish we still... No, I don't usually get a chance to join, sadly, but next Monday I should be able to because switch days with Joker. Awesome! I'm trying to think, do we have something? Well, we have at least a dungeon next Monday, so you should definitely join in for that. Having recently started doing crafting, leveled up Weaver to 90 last week and got armor to 82 this week. It's odd how quickly it goes from talk to your guildmaster to love my... What's a guild? Yeah. I mean, like, it's just that they gotta branch out, right? They can't have you just serving under it. And it's the same way that, like, you know, quickly you go from serving under the Paladins to being a free Paladin with that quest line. That's an interesting mood you got going on, Deathberry. Yeah, it is cool. So they definitely do change up the dialogue if you go back and talk to people. Like, if you talk to Stevanovan or other people. So it's worth doing that for sure, Raven. Tracy, good to see you. Glad to have you. I do miss Urgu and Rail, though. Have you tried talking to them post most recent patch? Because a lot of times their dialogue will change up. Don't kill me, please. I'm not the one you want. Okay. You know what? I concede a little bit to the Duskwhite people that maybe they had a point, at least with the fact that it's all Duskwhite freelancers. Now, to be fair, there are explanations for why this is the case. But also, in some ways, it's not totally surprising, like, the Duskwhite's culture. It's not even like, oh, culturally, they're bad guys or something, but it's just like they've been at odds with the Gridanians and not allowed to, you know, ingratiate themselves into society and kind of separate themselves as other. So I see it more as a tragedy rather than just like, oh, the devs are being racist towards Duskwhites. Like, it's kind of more just like, you know. Zach, good to see you. Glad to have you. Since it's YouTube, we're contractually obligated to say like and share. If you lick things, keep it to yourself. Thanks, B. Thank you. They appeared out of nowhere. Asked me if I was Aldous at Spear Point. I said no, but they attacked me anyway. What did I do to deserve this? Mr. Carl Wags, good to see you. Glad to have you. Just wanted to chime in and say that I'm a very big fan of your lore videos and 7.0 speculation video. I was absolutely love. Awesome. Thank you. That I can't tell you guys, like, genuinely positive feedback. I mean, not just positive feedback, but positive feedback's really helpful to know, like, oh, okay, this was entertaining, not just funny to me and no one else. But no, I hope you continue to like our future stuff, and I've got some 7.0 job speculation stuff in the works that will be out probably in the next month or so. Hope you enjoy that. Hey, Izach. But at some point you don't even get... Yo, I get for sure the Shadowbringers and crafting stories are better than the crafting, better than guild X person, guild person, unhappy and ad nauseum. But at the same time, you don't even get your guild master and be like, I'm good at this now, I'm off on my own. Yeah, I feel like they do... Maybe I'm wrong, Oblivion, but don't they kind of get more at that sort of idea, at least in some of them, more in the Stormblood ones? Like, kind of like you're branching off by that point, and you're kind of just more being handed a task because they know and can trust you. I may be wrong about some of them. It may just be just the few that I'm thinking of. It follows a sort of similar trajectory to regular jobs. You go from being a promising newcomer to a recognized figure of your own, like having exceeded everyone who taught you. Yeah. I think definitely Oblivion's more specific point is that there's no specific transition. It's more of a soft transition to that point. Awesome. Sounds good, Mr. Carlbox. Also, great name. Something I'm still confused from the Paladin questline was the sword that only glows when the Warrior of Light wields it. Was it ever explained why that happens? It's because of the Paladin job crystal that's within it. So in the pommel of Curatania, I think it's Curatania, right? There is like one of, if not the first Paladin job crystal. And basically, there's a hierarchy between the crystals that respond to each other. And because we are effectively the best paladin-ish, it responds specifically to our energy and to us. I hope that helps answer the question, kind of. Willow, thank you for the 5 memberships. Oathkeeper. It's Oathkeeper, not Kuratania. Thank you. Obviously, Kuratania is the relic. Thank you, Rachel. They just basically share the same model. Be the quest line, but the sword is still a mystery to me. Yeah, it's just because of the Paladin job crystal that resides within its pommel. And as we go back through it, as we're going to before we get to Endwalker, we'll talk about it more. So they were indeed the murderers we sought. But what brought Duskwhite freelancers all the way from the Black Shroud? And why were they murdering Eorzean men with swords? First sword! Oh, he's a little younger. It looks like a Vere, man. What is it? Lancers! First sword! A gang of them hiding in the tunnel south of Blackbrush Station! It seems we're not rid of them yet. Elio, you might as well finish what you started. Go to Central Thanalin and dispatch the last of these 3 freelancers. Bruce, accompany Elio, see that he doesn't die. Well, I can't keep the bloke from getting skewered, but I'll patch him up best I can. Elio, defend Bruce. He knows powerful healing magics, but he cannot employ them unless you keep all your enemies occupied. Make sure you command their full attention at all times. Aye, I'm counting on you to keep those bastards away from me. Watch me back and I'll watch yours. You have your orders, gladiators. Send those freelancers to the 7th gate. So, Armin Weaver and Shadowbringer spoiler, they both send you to Kugane. You do things Kugane report back saying Kugane thing is done and you never speak to them again. Yeah, that's mostly because you just put on assignment. To be fair, Oblivion, you played it more recently than I have, so maybe you have a point. But, like, I guess in my mind, it's like, you're just being sent out on a duty and then you went and did the duty, you know? And, like, you're kind of trusted to be independent by the time of Stormblood and, like, do your own thing. Lady, good to see you, glad to have you. Did I miss my favorite part? Also, how do you... No, we have not started Eden yet. We're doing the warm-up real quick. We usually do a little bit of a warm-up for the first few. We're doing the Gladiator job quest because we're going to have Paladin ready for Endwalker. Is this a Kingdom Hearts reference? Also, Quinn, just say good to see you, glad to have you, because if not, good to see you, glad to have you. And no, I mean, I think it might have been, but it's not really tied to Oathkeeper and that at all. It's just like the term Oathkeeper as a embodiment of nobility, of light, a weapon, a sword. It's a repetition. It's a very common name in fantasy. Demins, good to see you, glad to have ya. How you doing? Kathra, good to see you, glad to have ya. Cool cricket bat you got there, Elliot. Actually, it's what are they called? Not chelotl. Oh, I forget what they're fucking called, but they're Mesoamerican, I'm pretty sure. In origin, but basically they're wood that has slotted obsidian in the sides, and so it's very, very sharp along the edges, and you can use them to bash people, and very, very destructive. I think they use like some sort of resin in order to make the plate pieces stick in. Ryan, good to see you, glad to have you. Here, let me catch up on chat real quick. What is the sword made of? I know it isn't, but it sure looks like light. It's wood. It would be a light to hardwood, probably a hardwood with obsidian in the sides. In other words, put your tank stance on. Yeah, exactly, Tracy. V and Raven talking about Lobster Mac. Nice. How do you gather your knowledge of the game? Is it mostly from doing all the quests, or is there some other method you use for perhaps mixing in? So yeah, Mr. Carlax. So basically, I have Encyclopedia Eorzean Volume 1 and 2. I've read them many times. I've played the game a lot. I also will use Garland tools, or also I have most of the text of the game, so I can also Control F keywords if I need to know it, which is not as helpful. It's very helpful, but in some ways, if you don't know what you're looking for, or know that some things are talked about around about without being talked about with proper nouns, not always the most useful. So it's definitely accruing knowledge over time. I also, frankly, no, this sounds more like a brag, but I've forgotten more about the lore of this game than some people know about it. So it's not always knowing everything, but it is definitely just accrued a lot of information all the time. Very passionate about learning it, and so I just keep at it. And also I talk to people. We'll talk to people in the Discord. Sometimes people will make a point, and I feel like, oh, I don't know if that's right, and then I'll go check. I'll be like, oh, but let's go check it, and it's like they're totally right. And sometimes I'll learn from being wrong. I can't wait to level 68 Paladin Quest. Has my favorite pop culture reference. Gaines, good to see, glad to have you. I feel like you've referenced that like so many times in chat. Yeah. Just a sucker for closure. No, and that's fair, Oblivion. That's definitely fair. Ryan, good to see you. Des, good to see you, glad to have you. Lolly, if I fall asleep in my chair, you have full permission to slap me, ho. Second time's the charm. Starts with M. Mock something. I couldn't see obsidian. Oh yeah. What is it? I know what. Give me a second. Mesoamerican obsidian wood blade. I don't know how to pronounce it correctly, but it's the M-A. It's much. It's not said the way I think it's said, so I'm not gonna say it. I'm gonna look for the pronunciation. It is.
We are looking at how to pronounce these words, including from Nahuatl. So make sure to stay tuned to the channel if you enjoy learning. Makwawitl is
Makwalitl. God, I can't even catch it. But yeah, for those who don't want the pronunciation or the spelling of it, this is it. Aztec, yes, thank you, Dez. Good to see, glad to have you. We humans are quite creative when it comes to creating instruments of murder. It's true. Decoy, good to see, glad to have you. Definitely Decoy, yep. Can't help it. That's cool, thanks for response. Totally. I'm interested in getting more into it. I haven't really bothered too much beyond some raid stories in the MSQ. Yeah, you can check out some of our older content. You can also join the Discord. You can always feel free to if you at me in the lore channel, if you have specific questions, I'm always happy to answer those. I know other people in the community are too. Usually I'll try to check the lore channel pretty regularly, but if you have any specific questions, that's the best way to get in contact with me. You can also ask them here in chat, because as long as it's not anything past where we are in the MSQ, because I mean, hell, the point of the original reason I started streaming all these was to do lore stuff. So let us get this going, and then we'll get Eden going a little bit after this. We may do this one more quest. We'll see. Get these bastards off me! If I die, you die! I don't have any other abilities, right? Oh, no, I do have Total Eclipse. Let me put that on. Food, murders, and ways to be lazy. I mean, humans work really hard to find ways to be lazy. It's impressive, truly. Ha! Bastard's actually making me break a sweat. Oh, looks like someone's pissing his peace porridge. Bling, good to see you, glad to have you. How's it being married? Looks like we're done here. Let's head home, Elio. I could use a drink. Peace porridge. I think we need to buy Solus or Gaius some of that. Well played, Oblivion. Well played. Humans are creative with everything. It's true. Now you can find that either endearing and encouraging or despairing, and that's also up to you. Oh, here I should put on my balloons. Oh, you know what I have to show? So, yesterday was Deadpool's, or sorry, 2 days ago was Deadpool's birthday. And I went to print off a picture for him that one of you guys made. That I believe, am I wrong? Was it Raven who either made it or commissioned it, or I'm not sure. Let me check. It was, yeah, it was Raven. Okay, I was not crazy. But let me pull it up for you real quick, because my printer didn't work, so I couldn't put it on the board. But let me look at that. Look at that good boy. He's very good. Little Cactar plushie. We gotta get him a Cactar plushie. It'd be very cute for him to sit with. Don't worry, Jelly, I like the like button. I thought there was more to life than just food and murder, like sleep. Sleep! It's always funny to me if, like, whenever the question is, like, would you rather get rid of eating, sleeping, or, like, going to the bathroom? It's, like, sleeping, no question. Like, don't get me wrong. In terms of, like, if it was mandatory, right? Because I like eating. I like going to the bathroom. And it doesn't waste that much time. But sleeping, man, I could get so much more done. I don't know why I went to the Sapphire Avenue Exchange instead of... Wow, this was about a year ago for me. It feels like both longer and short. I've been playing 14, if that makes sense. Lady, it totally does, because I have been playing this game since Stormblood, and I sometimes feel like I started last year and sometimes, or like, 6 months ago, and sometimes feel like there was no time before. Is there a way to remove text window that pops up, or a way to remove it? I find it sometimes gets in the way of my fights. Which text window, Canes? The like one in the top here? That pops up here? Let me go to HUD layout. I don't know. There may be a way in settings to turn it off, but I like that information, so I can't help you with that particularly. Sorry. Congratulations on a job well done, Elio. Bruce says you acquitted yourself well. I must say you've shown tremendous growth since you joined us. I wanted to ask you, Bruce believes the freelancers were out for a bounty. What is your opinion on this, Elio? They were tracking a man named Aldous. Aldous? Are you certain that is the name you heard? He's alive. But how? Okay. Let me switch over to Dark Knight. And let us get to Eden. Probably from Journey's Head. Sleep would be nice, but my old my old body wakes up in pain after 2 hours of laying. Yeah, it feels good. I got to Willow. Stop hoarding as much stuff in her retainers. Ain't that marriage? Marriage. What a wonderful institution. Happy birthday, doggo. Thanks, Quinn. 'Twas Raven. Cactar-san, no. Doing Hydaelyn's work. I really did love it, Raven, and I'll make sure to get up on the board the second I get my printer working. But I just want it to be warm so I go to bed and inevitably fall asleep. Yeah, Oblivion, I relate to that. I definitely relate to that. Okay, thanks, V. I believe we're doing 7 next. Let me check. Yeah, because Fur is 6. So we're doing. Oh no. Okay, we just did Iconoclasm, so I believe we're doing Shiva next. Did Alara get? Yeah, Alara's here. Okay, cool. I know, Alara, you said you wanted to join last night. Okay, while I read chat real quick, I want everyone's argument on what flavor this is, because I'm torn between like kiwi strawberry and watermelon. What's the sleep you'll speak of? I know you're up at 4 a.m. That's how you got married. I feel that with sleep, but sadly necessary, yeah. I've been playing 14 since like the second patch of Shadowbringers, but I feel like I've been playing my whole goddamn life. Yeah, Demins, yeah. I don't know, sleeping helps me with stress. I would like give up eating, but it makes it much easier to lose weight. Yeah. MMOs aren't really my thing. I only got into 14 so I could play games with friends. I spent the entirety of AR joking about saying, wow, can't wait to hit level 50 and never play this game again. And now look at you. Anyways, here I'm now 600 hours. Yeah, 14 can do that. If I want to go back and do quests, would you suggest New Game Plus or make it alt? Personally, Miss Carlwax, it depends on your preferences. So I personally think it's better to do an alt. There's New Game Plus doesn't allow you to do all old quests and stuff. But so there's 2 options there. One of which is to go back on an alt. Or is to go do New Game Plus, but it depends if you mean MSQ or side quests. It depends on if you mean raids or which sort of content. In general, I'd be saying alt is a much more holistic experience, and you really catch a much broader like everything, and you don't miss or pass by anything that you might not have thought about because you have flying mounts or what have you. I would also say if you just want to experience side quest text, for instance, what you can do is go onto a website called Garland Tools. Which has all of the quests and their quest text in it. So you just search a quest name and you can read the quest text. It's not as you won't see the visuals, obviously, so it's not as in depth, but it can be very helpful. In-game dialog boxes can't be moved via any vanilla means if those are what you're referring to. Thanks, NSK. Making ults is never a wrong option. This coming from Ray, the ultaholic. He only shows up in dungeons, so it's just in the raids. Okay. Are we doing the whole call-outs in the Discord like last time? Yes, I will try to. However, some of these fights I don't remember, so I may be learning on the fly. Watermelon, Tropical Punch, Watermelon, Shiva's best trial in Eden, in my opinion. I like it a lot. It's got a great amount of flavor. I don't know if it's... I think it's the #1, but it's definitely one of them. It's got... Dude, Return to Oblivion I need to do my lyrical lore on because... Oh, it's so good. Watermelon, watermelon, watermelon. I'm seeing a lot of watermelon. I'm surprised. Mango, lime... Hint of lemon, and color gradient could also be found in some kinds of peppers. Just saying. NSK, how do you want to say that you're the chaos choice without being the chaos choice? Sour Patch watermelon vibes. I definitely feel that, Dest. I thought you'd like to know my dad's health situation. Yeah, it's getting better. Turns out it was pneumonia and 2 lobes of the lung that was missed. 3 times by 3. Huh. Okay, so one thing. That's bullshit. But also, at least it's figured out and the way forward's clear. So I'm really glad, Demins. I hope that's relieved some of the stress. I know you've been worried about your dad for a lot lately. Mixed up in time. Yeah. I have an alt. I'll go with leveling jobs at the same time with MSQ. Yeah, definitely, lady. Yep, please return to Oblivion is my favorite song in the game next to Scream. Speaking of which, if you haven't checked our lyrical lore Scream, you should definitely go watch out that episode. But yeah, I'm debating whether I want to do like a lyrical lore Oblivion and then a lyrical lore Return to Oblivion, or both of them in one because they're so fundamentally tied to each other. Yeah, definitely, Mr. Carl Wax. Like I engage. It's part of what I do. Making it all my Fanta addiction. Yeah, I would say if you're willing to, do the alt route. It's a little more inconvenient, but you get a much more deeper experience, and I think of a lot of the side things. Okay, Garland. Return to Oblivion has my former favorite lyric line in the game, which has now been passed by a line in Scream. Yeah, there's some dope lines. Okay, I'm gonna get going, because you guys are hopping today. I love it. Don't forget, you can always talk to each other as well. You've all gone through a lot of trouble on my part, for what it's worth. I'm sorry. Anyways, I've delayed you for long enough. Please carry on with what you came to do. Party 1, Lil. We will always be doing Party 1. Oh, actually. I'm glad you're back to your usual self, but how are you feeling? Much better now, but something is still bothering me. The Fairy spoke to me in a dream, and a stream of memories rushed through my mind. I don't recall anything like this happening before, and I'm not sure what it all means. What sort of memories? I can't make any sense of them. They were only brief flashes seen through someone else's eyes. At least, that's what it felt like. Minfilia, that is, the Oracle of Light, once served Hydaelyn as the word of the Mother. If the Oracle of Darkness is her counterpart under Zodiarch, then we had best prepare ourselves for the worst. Aye, the Knight's return to tip the ethereal balance towards activity, which may have served to awaken the fragment of his power in the first. That might be relevant for a certain antagonist of current patches. Just saying. Having thus roused, he did then fix his gaze upon she who had been marked by darkness, Gaia. Marked or no, Gaia's still her own person. Daniel, to be fair, there is a mark for worthwhile side quests. If they're blue, they're worth your time, because they unlock something. As for what else, other than that, it's hard because you have to define what you mean by worthwhile. Everything all right? It's nothing. Anyways, let's forget about all that for now. There'll be plenty of time to think through it once the last element's restored. Demons. If thou believest thyself well enough, then I see no reason for delay. Let us forthwith attend to the revitalization of ice. Shiva, then. Elio, as the only one here to have actually seen the Primal, perhaps you could describe her for us. A woman named Ysael made herself vessel to Shiva. So she summoned into her body the imagined essence of someone who lived over 1,000 years ago? That such a thing should be possible. The long since departed Shiva was a source of great inspiration to Ysael, whose method of summoning differed greatly from any we had previously encountered. By the echo did she bear witness to the deeds of the noble Shiva, and thus was she moved to dedicate her being to that selfsame cause. 'Twas this devotion that granted her the power of a primal. So she was able to control it herself? Not getting any funny ideas, are you? Nah, just thinking out loud, that's all. Anyways, we better get going. Our journey leadeth to a great glacier situated in the northernmost region of the Empty. I'll get us there as quickly as I can. Aw, sorry, Oblivion. Indeed, Daniel. But at least her dream came to pass, right? It's time to draw out the aether. I was thinking. That I should go with you this time. I want to be the vessel for Shiva. What? Being still and passive by nature, ice is the element that is most strongly aligned to light. I'll need to get close and use my own abilities as well as Eden's to draw it out. So the Oracle of Light becometh the Oracle of Ice. I cannot claim to be in favor of this stratagem, and yet, the primal we encountered in the source was summoned in much the same manner. The inherent advantages are undeniable. Absolutely out of the question. Have you forgotten what Elio did to the primals we summon? I'm not about to stand by and watch as he and Reem beat the tar out of each other. In any case, the aether only returns to the empty once the creature's been slain, although it seems you've taken that into consideration yet. Presumably, there's a safe way to disperse it, but it's still far too risky. I thought you had more sense, Reem. But it's not as bad as it sounds. Were the deiform entity as volatile as the primal we had previously summoned, it would be logical to assume that, in her role as conduit, Reem would be hard-pressed to retain control. Elio would have no recourse but to defend himself by any means necessary, else his life be forfeit. I know it's dangerous, but I can't let that hold me back. Please, I've got to try. But I don't see why this is even necessary in the first place. You never had to take risks like this for the other elements. Eden possesses almost infinite power, but what would happen if it began acting without my intervention? If it started to feed on the aether, just like other sin eaters, it would undo all our hard work. 'Tis a disconcerting eventuality, and one which cannot be dismissed. I'm worried that even if we realign the elements, things will eventually return to how they were following the flood. But if I train Eden how to nurture the environment rather than drain the life from it, we can leave it to take care of the empty in our place. I'll channel the aether through myself and show Eden how it's done. This isn't some house pet we're dealing with. If all goes wrong, then what? I know this all sounds like I'm taking a leap of faith, but it has been a gamble every step of the way. We've managed to come this far because of faith, in ourselves and in each other. I've made my feelings on the matter perfectly clear, but what say you, Elio? I'm not certain, but I'll hold back as much as possible. I'd do it, Demins. Don't you threaten me with good time. Reen, I suppose that if you've got your heart set on this, there's no point trying to dissuade you. Just don't do anything reckless. Is that clear? As crystal. This is going to work. I promise. I'll make sure of it. Well, for all our sakes, I certainly hope so, because if the primal takes over, I'll be fine. With all of you by my side, I know that whatever happens, it'll work out in the end. All of us. I hope you're not including me. I can't even deal with my own problems, never mind yours. It's enough to just know you're there. Anyway, I've decided to take a leaf out of your book. I'll do what I want, when I want. I've made my decision, so now I'll have to see it through. Yes, but this is a different kettle of fish altogether. Well, the point is that is what I want, and I'll do whatever it takes to make it work. So this is how much it means to you. Visions of the past. Memories of Shiva envelop your mind. I don't know how, but I can see her too. This might actually work. Eden's verse Refulgence, now accessible. We thank her voice clip of what? Yeah, basically, lady. Kiku, good to see, glad to have you. I don't know well, but to be fair, Reen's idea here is a good idea. It's just dangerous. If she didn't do this, bad things could have happened. Well, could happen. 16 going on 25, yeah, Kathra. There's one thing that bugged me about the quest mode. We just spent an entire expansion stating light isn't good, dark isn't evil, and then they assume the Oracle of Darkness is bad. No, lady, no, I think you're mistaking it. Hydaelyn is representative of light. Zodiac is representative of darkness. The Oracle of Light, Reen, is an extension of Hydaelyn, right? And Gaia, if an extension of Zodiac, would be in line with the Ascians and set against them. It's not that darkness is evil, but Zodiac is against us and is about the rejoining of the worlds. His minions also follow the path of darkness. And not just because dark is bad, but because that is the astrality and darkness is what he's associated with. So I don't think it's them going back to a 2D perspective, but it would be that, like, she would be associated with the person trying to stop us and stand against us, right? Not just because darkness, but because the Oracle of Darkness tied to Zodiac. Yeah, lady. Ooh. Oh, even. Let's see me get a ready check going up. Cool, and I'm hopping in the Discords. Give me one quick second. And 3, 2, 1. Hi, everybody. Let's get it going. Man, it's been a while since I've done this one. At least not on Savage. Like, some of these I've done more on Savage than on normal.
Upon the power of Shiva.
I do think Reen's Shiva outfit is remarkably better than Ysael's, just saying. That's not a good sound.
No! She's lost control! You've got to stop her!
That went south in like 5 seconds. Okay. Counting down in 3, 2, 1.
Fools. You would stoke the fires of conflict.
Raid wide.
The light shall usher in peace.
Look away.
Such impudence.
Ah, fuck. I think get behind. In. Scythe is in.
That was a very late call.
Sorry. I forgot which one was which.
Oh, I don't know.
There's another one that is get behind her.
Grant me strength.
All I've got is look away when she's changing because...
Look away.
Yeah.
Shatter.
Get. Okay, yeah, that one. So when she's doing swords, you need to get in front of her. She's going to attack behind her. I believe there's also one more where she attacks behind her. You need to get behind her. So Scythe is donut. Swords. So this is get in front of her.
No one saw how I died.
Okay, so double slap is the tank buster. You died because you slipped off the edge while the sliding was going on.
No.
This is get behind her, I believe. No, okay, nope, I'm still wrong. Spread. Don't be in the giant circles. Those are giant ice attacks. You're gonna get it. If you have that circle around you, you're gonna have a thing that follows you. Don't stack together and get away from anyone who has that circle. tank
is not
buster? Oh, yeah, it was. Heavenly Strike's the knockback.
Well, Alara, you're a tank for a bit. I'm having to hard res.
Shatter.
Get away from those portals. Okay, that portal's gonna blast it out. Okay, that's not good. Okay, for the future, when she does that, she's gonna do an attack and the portals are gonna get hit. The portals will also will blast out the attack as well. Look away.
Impudence.
Axe kick. This is get behind her. Oh no, axe kick's just AoE. Okay.
No.
So there's just none of that? I'm just forgetting something, I guess. Divine light delivers serenity everlasting.
Tranquility must be restored to the land.
Phase transition. Mother Crystal. By my hand this world shall be purified. I love the darkness in your heart shall be your undoing. I love that you can see the fucking flood of light in the background. May all be enveloped in light. The age of peace and tranquility has come. Make sure another person grabs one of the tethers. I can only grab one.
Sure you got it? Put it back. I don't have.
And fades back. Okay, remember, axe is get away from her. Scythe is donuts. Double sword is get behind her. Darkness shall never prevail.
Darkness, be gone.
Oh boy.
Light consume you.
Need 2 in each. 2 in each. 4 in the final one. Okay, mirrors. She's gonna summon those mirrors and then she's gonna do one of her attacks.
Such impudence.
Get in on her and then get near one of the mirrors.
Resplendent ice, grant me strength.
I don't think you have to unless she's switching to light mode, but we'll see.
Shatter.
Get behind her. Oh, no, get in front of her. I'm sorry. My bad. And then behind her.
Hey, Buster.
Same. Okay. Limit break.
The light
Raven, all you.
usher in peace. You know what I mean?
Look away.
Okay.
Good job, guys. Thanks for dealing with my bad calls.
Such power. I can't.
Dark Girlfriend rescue time!
It's too much for her to bear. She won't last.
Or more
much
appropriately,
longer.
it's hammer time.
Enough of this. Power of darkness, answer my call.
Oh, nice.
Damn this life.
That's a mood.
Damn it all.
Also a mood.
I won't give up.
Why
Let it
just-
break
I'm just
three.
making
Not
being
my
sure.
future. Our future. I want to see what tomorrow will bring.
Good job, guys. See you on the next one. Oh, we killed Reen. Nope. We saved Reen. Good job, guys. I mean, Daniel, it's always been bad anytime there's been anything like that, so it's not surprising. Oh, a Reen minion. Don't die, it's a DPS loss. Yeah, fair. Damn it, Bling. Reen! You were there. I heard you. What happened to Shiva? Is she still in control? No, she's gone. But Gaia? What? That hammer. It matches your dress. I see you're back to your normal idiotic self. Look, isn't it pretty? Maybe we could take it with us. Ice tends to melt, you know. Not this sort. Well, if you say so. Anyways, it might even make a nice necklace. That's a brilliant idea. Wilt thou not rush to our aid? Perhaps I'm getting slow in my old age, because it would seem Gaia's beaten me to it. To think that she would be the one to break the ice. They may have gotten off to a rocky start, but I think they'll make quite the pair. Is that a hint of melancholy I detect in thy voice? Something akin to the pining mother bird whose chicks have flown the nest. Father bird, if you don't mind, but you're not entirely wrong. Still, when the day finally comes to say goodbye, it hardens me to know she won't be alone. After that, we can go to the second serving for coffee biscuits. Fine, you win. And if there's anything less than perfection itself, I'll never let you live it down. If they're not to your liking, there are plenty of other things to try. I suppose we both deserve a little treat after all the hard work. We certainly do. There we were, laughing as if we had not a care in the world. Fleeting though it was in that moment, I was content. But my life was never meant to be so simple. I have a theory as to why it went south so fast. Steel became Shiva as a symbol of peace, unity, and hope, as well as love. Reen became Shiva as a symbol of ice and light. Peace and unity are more fluid. Maybe. I would argue that, like, I don't think that that's the only... Peace was not the reason she became Shiva, though. Unity, yes. And to enact a peace, but through violence and power, right? Like, that's one of the reasons that she's so combat-oriented. I think part of it is more to do with the Reen's not ready for that power and the flood of both ice and light in that way, right? It's not only that she's filled with ice, but that she transforms into the light aspect. The umbrality of it all, I think, is too much for her to bear also. You see, I was older and presumably much stronger of will and mind than teenage Reen. Yeah, definitely. I'm also imagining the number of Aether flowing through Reen is considerably more. Yeah, definitely. Considering Eden is a giant city while he's still just, yeah. I definitely part of it as well. Most of all, the Aether that had been tainted by light, possibly. Definitely part of it. Jumping in those heels must be a pain. Damn this light, damn it all. Sounds so familiar to what someone else says. Yeah. Our future. That's when I went for them. They are friends. Or to, oh, hey, the girlfriends. I mean, look, it's... I know that's like partly also cultural difference, but still. Finally, Reen has that tsundere girlfriend she always deserved. By the way, blonde doesn't suit you. They were roommates. They were roommates! Oh my god, they were roommates. But I think you're just standing there like my little girl. Yeah, such a proud papa. Did we just become friends? Dad hugs t-shirt. Where if I haven't done all the work but not getting any coffee biscuits? Yeah. She's cold as ice. Yeah. Damn it, Screenix, you have to give voice line for the cutscene mid-fight. Why didn't we get more? They need to just go back and revoice the... Dude, I have like a 5 questions that I want to ask Yoshi P. Like, I've gotten it down to like very specific ones, and one of them is, could we ever go backwards and get voicing for like old raid series? Because we got it for coils, and it would do so much. It would do so much for some of them. Do a super chat. You're happy. So real chat is still the voice because it makes the pro happy. Speaking of which, does anybody want to see the good boy? Because we got a bit of time. We only got 5 to do today, and we're only down to our last 4. There's also something I'm going to have to explain. For some reason, for no purpose whatsoever, seeing as we haven't completed 5.3, if you remember, these came out during, would have been, what, 5.0, 5.2, and 5.4, I believe. Because of that, Thancred and Eorzean are not going to be around for the next 4, because 5.3 happened. So, just a reminder. Do you know, there's a lot of parallels between Gaia and Squall. Love how deep the FFA influence goes. Yeah, I see it. Also makes sense with Nomura. I mean, not Nomura wrote anything, but designing. But yeah, does anybody want to see the good boy? Because we can also do that. I'm so sorry, everyone. I clearly have a long way to go before I can handle that kind of power. But we achieved what we set out to do, as I had faith we would. So without further ado, let's return to camp and admire our work. I'd vote for revoicing of ARR if possible. Yeah, I have my pitch for the 2 things to make ARR. The only 2 things I think ARR needs is a revoice and a more voicing of the cutscenes in it, and then a normal version, story version of coils. I think that's literally all you need to do actually to solve 90% of ARR's problems at this point. It doesn't need that. You don't need to cut it more. Yeah, the first 7 were cutscene were so weird. Alfino basically changes. Yeah. It's life. I love this quest. I love that like you get to slowly see it coming back to life. This place so barren of life, slowly brought back to what it once was, bit by bit. I'm not sure. I just blame you stolen Thancred's voice difference on flow. What? I'm not sure I understand. We're going to see once you finish, yeah. I can feel all the revitalized elements working in harmony. I always believed Eden had the power to restore the empty, but never expected it to happen so quickly. You're the one who made all this possible. You and your faith. We ran into a few problems with Shiva, to say the least, but the others all went more or less according to plan. That we were able to come so far along this arduous journey may rightly be attributed to thine unwavering resolve. Aye, when you said that you'd reclaim the world, you truly meant it. We're proud of you, Reen. I wonder if these effects from the rebalanced aether will spread to the rest of the empty. Perhaps we'll just have to wait and see. Besides, I'm sure we could all do with some rest. I must say, Reen, it's refreshing to see you take a more measured approach for a change. Well, if my experience here has taught me anything, it's that I shouldn't rush into things unprepared. And I've also learned that there are some problems that can't be solved alone. Thanks, Willow! Go take some rest! Is that so? Since you freed me from Yulmore, I've met all sorts of kinds of people who have gone out of their way to help me. I thought that I should do everything in my power to repay their kindness and make the world a better place. But now more than ever, I realize there's a limit to what I can achieve by myself. Even though I was able to summon Shiva, I couldn't control such vast amounts of aether. Going along with your point, lady. If Gaia hadn't been there for me, I might never have returned to normal. I would say the same about you. I was trapped in a nightmare, but you freed me. It seems we're more alike than I thought. We might not be able to do everything by ourselves, but if we look out for each other, then we can face our problems together. That's if you don't mind? No, it's fine, really. If things don't work out, we can always go our separate ways. I feel like that's the most optimistic thing I've heard out of her today. But on the other hand, if I can resist the urge to punch you whenever you annoy me, which I must say is quite often, I have no objection to staying around. You mean it? Oh, thank you, Gaia. May I suggest we continue the conversation in Namarang? Though the empty may not supporteth foliage, the land's normalization hath but begun, and to linger overlong still entaileth the risks. Yeah, no, sorry, I thought you meant Flow the song Oblivion. I got confused for a second. Now I understand, yeah. Is aught the matter, Thancred? Nothing you need worry about. Let's go. Before we do anything else, we should report to Yalefort. We want to know how we've been getting on in the empty. Speaking of Mordsoak, there was a snack of some sort that caught my eye last time. I can't quite describe it, but it looked squidgy? Despite a strong suspicion that I may live to regret it, I'd like to try one. Oh, I think I know the one you mean. You might not be much to look at, but I bet they taste amazing. Perhaps we could also try a pot of those jellied wrigglers, or whatever they're called. I'll even let you take the first bite. No thank you. First coffee biscuits, now worms and jelly. Heavens forbid the two of you might actually eat some proper food. Elio, may I ask of a favor of thee? Whilst Thancred and I return onto the Crystarium to inform our comrades of our recent exploits, I would have thee accompany Reen and Gaia to Mordsoak. I will be saving introducing Alphino's voice actor interpretation of AR Alphino's and his promptness. I feel like, yeah. I feel like you even have, there's been moments in which that his, he's had to kind of like play a little bit into that in Stormblood and in Shadowbringers, where he's playing up that, like, a little bit of that role in that person. So I wouldn't be surprised if he could do it quite well. I totally forgot that, well, okay, we're about to see him, but, like, I forgot that Mitron does not come in until part 3. That's wild. Find AR Alphino funny as a lot of people hate him. While I quite liked him, I spent the AR patches going, yes, the Crystal Braves are a great idea, but I want to be in charge of. I find AR Alphino funny as a lot of people hate him. While I quite liked him, I spent the AR patches going, yes, the Crystal Braves are a great idea, but I want to be in charge of it. I think the problem is the Crystal Braves was a bad idea inherently. If you get down to it, other than the twins, Reen hasn't had any friends at all her their age. I imagine she would just have a friend her own, an age of her own. Yeah. I was basically playing as I want to just kill things at that point. And Bloody Banquet was quite hard hitting. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the game does a really good job of actually having consequences for stupid actions. Or not even stupid actions, but, like, you know, not fully thought through actions. I mean, I learned at the same time as Alphino did. Yeah. I liked Alphino too. Like, yeah, he, like, I did not hate him. I was like, dude, you just come on, grow up a little, please. But I liked him as a character well enough. I trust all is as well, Miss Gaia. I will be once we get out of this desert town. If I have to spend another night in that dingy little room, I shall scream. I'm terribly sorry to hear that the accommodation was less than satisfactory. I'll investigate the availability of more comfortable lodgings post-haste. Yes, I think we'll be staying in Mordsoak, at least for the time being. It might take a while for me to write the report, as our expedition was rather eventful. Elio, I really appreciate everything you've done, and I'm sorry for all the trouble I've put you through. Still fretting about that, are you? What's done is done. Besides, it all worked out in the end, didn't it? You're right. Now how about the treat we promised ourselves? They might not have coffee biscuits here, but I've heard the regular cakes are to die for. Or was that you'll die from eating them? Only one way to find out, I guess. Or don't risk that. I'm sure trying local delicacies will keep us occupied between writing reports and thinking about the next plan of action. Hopefully, we'll have another chance to visit the Empty to see how things are coming along. And don't even think about leaving me behind. Oh! Well, I did not plan this out very well. Turns out you need to finish Echoes of a Fallen Star to do this next part. So that's interesting. If only we had gone for a little bit longer yesterday, we would have known. No more raid for you. Yeah. Now we figure out we still have like 3 hours of stream. So we got a couple options here. We can start 5.1, which I don't know that would be smart because there might be too much to do within the 3 hours, but we could try. We can do Gladiator quests as we get along in Endwalker prep. We could do role quests. To do the larger story, because we're gonna have to do that at some point. We're gonna save Alliance Raid for tomorrow. So yeah, let's see if anyone has any. I was about to warn you, they started speaking of later stuff in the part I just watched. Yeah. Well, no, so I know that they did Raven. I referenced that earlier. I know that the events of the because the raids always take place 0.0, 0.2, and 0.4. But I didn't think it would say you literally can't continue. Yeah, we saved Eorzean, now I get a high-ranking job in a private army. What can go wrong? Yeah. I thought the point about the Crystal Braves and failure was the implementation and naive leadership, not the idea was bad. Isn't it essentially what is done later to better effect? Yeah, but yes, except for the idea is bad because it is inherently the idea was bad. What's done later isn't essentially the same because it's all of the states uniting together under one banner, not just a private army funded without any oversight. So, the idea is a united army of everyone together, right? That's ultimately what Alfino gets and wants. But what the Crystal Braves is an army funded by unknown forces with no oversight from the governments, populated by people who have no necessary specific loyalty to their nation states, in a giant militia army. So, while ultimately, yes, the idea of a unified army to act as a peacekeeping unit and defense force is what both of them were, so much of the underlying thing around that is completely different that it might as well be different ideas, you know? How they added that since I did it during either 0.55 or early Endwalker, I can't remember. Yeah, so role quests or gladiator quests? I'll leave that up to you guys, and I'll have to make note of this. Which would be more amusing. And I'll get the boy in a second. I'll go get the boy while I wait. One, two, three, oofta. The Crystal Brave is trying to be UN, but without the U or the N. Yeah, basically. There was no vetting for the Crystal Braves. It was you want to join and come in without any scrutiny. Yeah. Gladiator. Well, it seems, Canes, that everybody's on that boat, so I think we'll do that. Besides, we're way far behind in Gladiator quests, so we'll go ahead and do that. Oh. Shall we give the people something to look at real quick, buddy? Come here. 1, 2, 3. You sit. You lay down. No. You sit. Sit. Lay down. Lay down. There you go. Good job. It's the boy. It is the boy. It does feel like as time goes on, we start seeing Eorzean go from 4 to 5 city-states to nation made up of other nations, a la UK more and more. Yeah, very much so. But part of that's also, you have to remember, that's very easy to say now because we've all been unified against a common foe for the better part of, the past 10 years, particularly. Especially the past 5, but really the past 10. Whether that will hold up over time is anyone's guess, right? The events that have made us unified within the time span of things have been very short. There's been many periods of time in which the city-states of Eorzea have been united, and many times where they have been at each other's throat. And whether or not that lasts is, we don't know. There's lots of reasons to think it would last much more now compared to the past, but yeah. Gladiator quests were one of the better class quests in AR, if I recall correctly. Marauder's pretty weak. Gladiator's pretty good. Pugilist is pretty good. Lancer's pretty good. Archer's pretty good. Rogue is probably the best, but that's also kind of cheating. Thaumaturge is pretty good. Conjury is okay. Arcanism is pretty good. I mean, I think they're all pretty good. You know, I think for there's like a couple that are slightly weaker, but I think all they're pretty good. I mix on if I like the storyline in it of it, but maybe you're doing it will change my mind. Oh, am I too low level? Oh, I am. Well, I will have just to go. And I'm too low level to do a dungeon too, so we'll have to go Black Brush and we'll just have to do some leveling. It's gonna be a very interesting stream. For those of you here watching for the part 2 of Eden, sorry, we'll get back to it. But yeah, tomorrow is going to either be 5.1 or near. I'm thinking maybe I was gonna do near, but now I'm thinking maybe 5.1 so we can finish up Eden before moving on to near. And I also don't want near to like stop me for some reason at 5.3 as well. I believe I have for hunting log I have this boy, yeah. And food item. Simon, good to see you. Glad to have you. The trick only works for blue mage last I checked. Leveling stream. Yeah, leveling stream. We can level you close to a beach if you want. Yeah, actually, that should still work. There's no reason that it shouldn't work, right? Lenosia. I think it'll be too low. Will I be too low level, or will it go? Well, we'll see. I'll be getting his dream realized. Anyways, yeah, all this is why I consider the implementation an issue. It was just worded weird when I heard the idea as the issue since it was part of the great plan of Star from the future. Yeah, I guess, like, to me, the thing is, like, so much of what mattered was... So I gotta leave the group. So much of what mattered was the implementation. That, like, and the context around the idea was so... Okay, I'm gonna... I don't know if I have ranged. Do not have a ranged attack, though, is the problem. Oh god, I miss having a ranged attack. Oh, but you know what I do have? I do have a stun. Oh yeah, this is gonna go quick. That's not bad. I only waited to know this to try it. Yeah. Also, for those of you who don't know, this is a really good way to level up Blue Mage. Is basically you go along the beach, you hit them in a party with people who then kill them for you. Do they only have melee attacks? What, the goblins? Yeah. I mean, they may have another one, but I only have to get the aggro off of me real quick from Alara, so it's very... Wait, what did I just get? Did I get... No, I get shield lob. Oh, wait, no, I should have shield lob. Oh, I get shield lob from the next... Okay. I'm gonna go do the next quest real quick, because then I'll have shield lob, and... Actually, with shields, it shouldn't make any difference. As long as I'm getting shielded. Let's see, I was trying to figure out how you were surviving being smacked by 70 enemies level 15. Lara's on Sage giving me a shield. Very quickly. Aggro transfer makes sense, yeah. Level our blue mages from 15, 16 an hour or so. Good little trick. Yeah, I've definitely leveled. We usually do blue mage events, and then like I'll help people level their blue mages really, really fast through this. And Hobgob 1. Okay, these probably people are pulling off us, so we need to go somewhere else. Because if they pull before I do, I won't get credit. It's also kind of annoying that they're just pulling off. Like they saw us farming and then just pulled it off. This is kind of rude. Yeah, no worries, Raven. Yeah, pretty much Oblivion. Pretty much. I doubt I'm even doing damage. Well, Elio's checking shields. This feels like an awful question. Was it just a massive ego that kept Thoradin working with the Ascians, knowing that the Warriors of Light would see them as the enemy? That's not evil. Ego. I mean, like, was it just massive ego that kept Thoradin working with the Ascians, knowing the Warriors of Light would see them as the enemy? No, he just knew that the Ascians were a really good means to an end. And so he knew that playing us against each other and would keep people off of him, and seeing like an ally to them would keep them off of him, and seeming like an ally to us would keep us off of him. So it's like, I think it was just like, you know, using as a cover. As you are below 50, I would suggest going to the spawning grounds in Western Lenosia would be faster because of being closer in level. Sounds good. Let's try that. The Sapsa spawning grounds because we'll be closer in level. I wouldn't say ego, personally. Thoradin confides in us that he's working with them and he thinks he can outsmart them. Yeah, I mean, like... I mean, I guess in a sense it's ego in that, like, he wants to be a god. And is using them and using us and playing us off of each other. But, like... Yeah. The Lav Aetheryte? I don't... I don't know what you mean by the Lav Aetheryte. Primal Aether. I still don't know what you mean. Wait, I'll wait for Alara real quick. Oh, yeah, cool. Oh, you're talking about the Primal's Aetheryte. Well, it's probably going to be fast. There's more enemies here. And like the level differential shouldn't be that much higher, right? Ah, can't hit them without sinking, right? I forgot that most of the enemies here are just fate enemies. Has anybody called them? Wait, how is Lav short for primal? I'm confused about that. Okay, and then we continue on towards the back area. Sweet, interject. Oh, show for Leviathan. Okay. I discovered recently that a level 90 warrior, 90 weaver can beat some level 42 enemies, which is fun. I mean, yeah. Hey, I mean, if you have enough stats, you can beat to death anything. Thanks for the reference, Kiku. I guess I should probably just use AoE. Imagine you are the warrior of light and Thornton was doing an entire speech and we don't listen at this point because he and the Heaven Wards have killed Horsefawn. That's all we needed then. I mean, but if like we just started attacking, he'd just start defending. So I mean, like us like waiting to see if there's anything of import that they're saying, you know, could be meaningful. I did discover recently that level. Don't forget food. Yeah, no, I've eaten food. Nothing's respawning, so I'll just try. Doggy cup that I got for Deadpool's birthday? It's just a pup cup from Culver's. Donnie, good to see you, glad to have you. We had a bit of a snafu here where the, in order to continue on with Eden, we needed to finish 5.3. So currently we are leveling Gladiator for a bit in order to go do those quests so that we're prepped for heading into doing Paladin for Endwalker. Does puppuccinos? I do not know what a puppuccino is. I would assume he'd probably enjoy them, though, because he loves food. A very food-oriented boy. Just whipped cream in a cup? Oh, yeah, then yeah, he definitely... I'm sure he has had that, and I'm sure he loves it. I'm sure my partner's gotten that for. I don't drive a lot, so I don't usually have. I'm not the one that like taking him out to get stuff from the. We also go to Caribou more than we go to Starbucks. So, okay, I'm gonna go do the quest then. Thank you, Laura. Now I've got some quests to do. Lady, welcome back. I don't know if you saw, but we have to be at 5.3 in order to do the next part of Eden. So we are currently switching over to doing Gladiator. Hail, Elio. You come at a good time. I have another task I wish to assign you. The Immortal Flames and the Brass Blades have both requested the Guild's assistance in maintaining a security at Camp Drybone, a vital outpost along the Royal Allegan Sunway. The Amalja have been raiding caravans with reckless abandon, creating significant disruption in trade. Udla has a long troubled history with the Amalja, so raids are not unheard of. However, this recent escalation must be addressed. Go to Camp Drybone and search for these raiders, Elio. I've already dispatched other gladiators to patrol the region, so I suggest you speak with one for more information. It's actually funny. There's a much longer history of us working well with the Amalja than there is working with not with them. So no spoilers for me. Yeah, apparently not, lady. And if we finish up Gladiator before our time allotted, we can go ahead and then run it into role quests. Get down! They're still here! I should probably upgrade my equipment. My partner just sent me a photo of the boy. So good. Here, let me just I'm just gonna show you guys. Look at this. Look at that boy. So good. He just comes and he knows when people are stressed out too, so he'll just come like hang out with them and just like if you're like really upset, he'll like paw you. Like he won't he'll just like pet you basically. It's very, very cute. Don't worry, brother. I'll be fine. Though maybe not when the first sword is done with me, eh? Go and tell her that the Amalja are dead. Leave the merchants to me. How do you feel about the new holiday reward? I find it kind of weird after doing the scholar quest. I mean, is it any weirder than wearing a giant Moogle outfit? You know? I mean, I don't know that, like, it's funny. And it's also with, you know, maybe depending on what the story of the quest is, I think will greatly change up, like, how I like it, you know? Gentleman in his scholarship. I have so many photos of him, like, just sitting out with one paw out. Like, we also have a photo with him with a bow tie on. He's a very dapper lad. I knew it was right to send you, Elio. You've done us proud. Seven hells, this blaze reeks of sweat. How do you expect a man to concentrate on his swordplay like this? Aldous? You remember me. How goes it, brother? Still waving your sword around like a feather duster? You? Good to see you too, Mila, my dear. You're more beautiful than I remember. You're alive? Where have you been all these years? Answer me. Me? Well, if you must know, I'm on a spiritual journey of self-discovery. Damn it, Aldous, this is serious. We all thought you were dead. And for you to walk in here as though nothing ever happened, have you forgotten how you dishonored us? I should cut you down where you stand. This is also some 1.0 lore going on here. Ho ho, that's the Mila I remember. All fire and brimstone. I knew that pretty face could still contort itself into some terrifying shapes. Ah, don't pout, girl. I'm just having fun. But, as you wish, I'll go. Elio, was it? Why don't you join me at the quicksand? I could use some company. And I doubt anyone else would be so kind. Here, I can... Let me read Mila, because it explains a bit about her backstory and something that kind of talks about 1.0 stuff. Daughter, Mila's sword song. Daughter of the previous guildmaster, Mila entered the guild at age 5 and has been honing her skills with the sword ever since. The Highlander became the first sword to the leader of the guild when her father perished some 7 years ago. Though she had just reached her 20th name day, she took to her new role admirably. Now 27, she has done her utmost to aid the guild. The rumors abound that she has awaited the return of her lover all the while. So Aldous. Let me see if they actually have more on her father. In Belladia, the sword was deemed the arm of the Paladins, and the peasantry was forbidden from carrying them. During the War of the Sisters, however, Ul'dah and Sildee both increasingly needed men to fight, and had no choice but to hire Hellsguard and Highlander mercenaries. Well, no, okay, but that makes sense. As more and more inhabitants of Ul'dah came to wield the blade, displays of skill became a commonplace sight. From these humble beginnings was the grand gladiatorial tradition born. At the outset, only captured enemies and criminals took to the blood sands. But as the practice became part of Ul'dah culture, free men joined the fray in search of riches and fame. An organization of fighters arose based upon the spirit of mutual prosperity. Not only did it provide aid to the wounded gladiators, but organized others to fight in their stead, and provided some stipend after they retired. The group eventually opened its doors to the public and became the Gladiators Guild. Well, interesting, they don't have more about her father. Basically, her father, everyone thought her father was actually a bad guy, but it wasn't actually, and it was a whole thing. Yeah, he'd probably shake the blindfold off. He does not like things being on his head. Need to turn on the heater. It's very cold down here. Quicksands, he said, right? I don't know. I know why they call it the Adventurers Guild, because it is the Adventurers Guild, but they really should just call it the Quicksands. Aetheryte. Oh, you came! Sorry you had to witness that little reunion between me and Mila. Sword of Null, back from the dead. You'd think I'd be greeted by throngs of adoring fans, not threats of violence. Listen, Elio, you're good with the sword, that's plain to see. But more than that, you've got purpose. There's a fire burning within you. As a former man of conviction, I can recognize a kindred spirit. Geralt named her Frenzy. She's one of the magnificent pair of swords that the drunken prodigy forged for Colosseum champions. The man who wielded her twin had eyes that burned like yours. Wait. Elio, let me look at just 1 second. Did that say Frenzy and Eorzean on the side? Elio, The hells? Aldous, Sword of Nald, we've come for your head. If you do that, then how the hell am I supposed to enjoy my ale? Arrogant fool, prepare to meet your maker. Well, ain't ya a bunt of impatient, humorless fellas? Up for a bit of fun, Elio? I'll lead. You follow. Does Deadpool enjoy wearing outfits, or does he freeze in place till someone takes the outfit? Oh, he doesn't freeze. He'll just shake it off. He'll get it off somehow. Watch closely now, Elio. I'll show you how a Coliseum champion fights. I should upgrade my sword. Is this all you got? Try to keep up, boys. Ah, that's running combo, right? Yeah, I get next part. Oh, I don't even get next part. So, okay. It's kind of wild that you don't even get any mitigation before what? Well, wait, I guess I probably have roll actions. Yeah, I just didn't put Rampart on my bar. Throngs of Weaklings, all yours, Elio. Aye, that's the sort of sport I crave. That was an interesting death sound that Lalafell just made. He wears a Wii1 costume, he would try to check it. I don't know what a Wii1 is, so probably? Wait, was that Flash? That he used? If he used it, then yes. Probably, because they decide, whenever that stuff is created, it's used earlier. Watch your eyes, Elio, not their hands. Because they don't go back and change. Because sometimes they'll have jobs use earlier attacks, but like, or like whenever they make it, but there's no reason to go back and change it, you know? Wii1 is basically the ancient robe. Why is it called Wii1? Is that like a name of the glam or something? Didn't think he'd get so far as to send a gang of sellswords into quicksands in broad daylight. Why is it never a bevy of beauties? Let's continue this another time, shall we? I need to find a new place to drink. One with more attractive company than this sorry lot. Thank you, Bean. No, because he's basically built for cold temps. So the only thing that really happens that ever gets him cold is that his paws can get really too cold if he has to stand on ice for a while. But even if that happens, he doesn't really get them. Yeah, so like sometimes I will tuck him under a blanket just for like because he wants to cuddle, but usually he'll get out from underneath it pretty quick, like after like 15 minutes or so, because he overheats. My apologies, Elio. I meant to teach you the new technique earlier, but then when that idiot arrived, I completely forgot. He's just so infuriating. The shield lob technique will allow you to attack from afar without the need for ranged weaponry. Since we gladiators are preliminarily close fighters, the ability to draw attention of distant enemies is a valuable asset. May it serve you well in the field, Elio. I see back to the only viable weapon in Monster Hunter, sword and shields. That's weird. Okay, there we go. Oh, because I don't have enough. Yeah, I know why. I need to sort my weapons stuff. Although I can probably desynth now. Yeah. I filled up my stuff trying to level up blacksmith for the wedding real quick. Anything else? No. Okay, cool. Elio, I'm glad you're here. One of our members has been attacked and gravely wounded. I need you to go to him and help. I suspect this is the work of more bounty hunters. It may even be a trap to lure more of us into the open. Nevertheless, we cannot ignore our comrade's plight. When last he contacted us by Link Pearl, he said he tried to seek shelter at the coffer in the coffin. Take this potion and search for him there. How bad is my gear? This is not terrible. It's not great, but I can make it through one more quest and just do that. 20. Is it really just every 5 levels for class quests? In this case, paddle and shield. It's got blades on it. Ray, I don't know if you're here, but we can do that. I just saw your t-shirt idea. We can definitely do that. Help me. I can't feel my... Thank you, brother. It all happened so fast. Over by the tracks to the north. I don't know who attacked me, nor why they left me alive, but I dare say the answer is out there. Surely someone saw something. Making fun of Elio's sword? That's a paddle. Oh, guys. Ilbert, is that you? This fellow outside, I saw him stumbling in when I left the bar to take a piss. Was all alone, as I recall. Yeah, say he's wounded? Thought he was just drunk and sloppy. Sloppy. Not a paddle, it's a cricket bat. Oh, Ray, you can't tell us about... You can't use made-up sports. No one knows about those. That is just a jumble of letters. That is not a name. Suspicious characters. Well, now that you mention it, I did see a strange fellow wearing a garish purple robe at first. I thought he was talking to himself, but then I realized he had a link pearl. I heard him saying something about the wrong man and the Silver Bazaar. Does that help? Jade, good to see you. Glad to have you. We found out that you have to be at 5.3 to do the final section of Eden, which I guess makes sense because otherwise, to make it make sense, but like also I'm surprised they don't just let you do it out of order. I guess I suppose it's a spoiler and you could accidentally spoil yourself if you don't know better. Purple robes. That does sound familiar. I was him. I swear it. Did you find anything else? A scorpion ring. A metal ring engraved with scorpion and a tail posed ready strike. Picked this up on the tracks, eh? Might as well belong to the bastard. Can't say I've seen it like before. Might be Wyman could tell you more. You know him, don't you? He's the bespectacled bloke who always lounging around the Emerald Avenue in the city. Of course, being the businessman that he is, he'll probably ask you to be compensated in exchange. Show this ring to Wyman. He's sure to know something about it. If you don't remember, Wyman, if you start in Ul'dah, greets you when you first step in there. Well played, Decoy. Well played. Everybody dancing with the Pope today. Hey, it's DD. Nope. Well, now, if it ain't Elio, everybody's favorite venture. I hear you threw your lot in with the Gladiators. Questionable decision given the events of recent days, but to each his own. To what do I owe you the pleasure? Oi, put that away before someone sees it. Where in the seven hells you get one of those rings? What, you don't recognize the sigil? Goddamn fool. Before you go stumbling around in the brush, you ought to at least know what kind of venomous bastards will be lurking within. But a long time since Ul'dah seen a criminal organization rise from obscurity to notoriety as quickly as the Alacran. Alacran isn't that like scorpion in Spanish or something? Word is they've got connections to the Brass Blades, the Syndicate, and gods know who else. But you didn't hear that from me. I want no part of whatever mess you and your mates have gotten yourselves into, understood? I don't think Siren, my server, has anything like a dancing Pope. Yeah, there are a couple things on Curl. There's also the, what is the term? The squats doing Hrothgar of Curl. He does it in the Limits and Plaza. All good things gotta wait. With Tom Berry Head, I think Square Enix might have the assets to make an Emil Head, but they need to ask Yoko Taro. I say that's while the near anime is delayed yet. I feel like the reason that they're not going to put the Yoko Taro head in unless there's another crossover with Nier, though, or the Emil head, because like they're not going to just do it out of nowhere. They're not going to take the time to do that, you know. Oh, Elio, I was wondering when you might return. What news do you bring of our injured comrade? Oh, there's a dialogue option. Interesting. He was attacked by members of the Alacran. The Alacran. Alacran? I mean, it's probably not Alacran, because Alacran? Well, let me hear. Let me see. Let's find out. It's pronounced. It's Spanish. I was right.
Alacrán. Alacrán. A.
It's Alacran.
La.
Alacran. The Alacran. I find that hard to believe, but no matter. One of our comrades returned from Stone's Throw moments ago. A gang of bandits is said to be headed for the Silver Bazaar. If they're after a man with an enormous bounty on his head, the people living there are in grave danger. If their frenzy finds their quarry, the bandits won't scruple to destroy property and harm civilians, and if the few brass blades stationed there will be powerless to stop them. We must stop them, Elio. We'll protect the Silver Bazaar and avenge our injured guildmate, all in one fell swoop. A bit melodramatic, if you ask me. Aldous, I told you never to come here again. I couldn't sit idly by while you charged into battle against an enemy you know nothing about, Mila. A responsible guildmaster would never risk the lives of her charges like this. Who are you to lecture me about the responsibility? Mila, listen to me. This is Alacran you're dealing with. So, whatever notoriety they may have achieved means nothing to me. We'll cut them down like the common bandits they are. It's not that simple. More importantly, it's not your fight. What are you saying? They want me, Mila. I've been fending off assassination attempts ever since I returned to Hydaelyn. You just stay here and let me handle this. It'll be over soon, I promise. Just stay here while you go off on your own, is that it? I've spent 7 years since I let you leave, Aldous. 7 years! Do you have any idea at all what you put me through? Mila, I don't want to hear it, you selfish bastard! Do you even care about the people who suffer because of you? Just get out! We don't need your help. We'll settle this ourselves. Mila, wait, there's something you need to know. Enough! Get out! Alright. Save some of that for the Alacran. But do not try to let Elio here come to harm while you're at it. I have to legally mention the Lalafell Blue Mage of Cactar. Of Cactar server, who always AFKs dead in front of the Ul'dah Aetheryte. It takes all kinds. But yeah, when I was on the Crystal a long time ago, there was a Hrothgar that would sit in Limsa with a campfire. He never said anything except one time he said his name, and that he liked the color green. But yeah, I don't think Siren has anything like that, does it? I mean, you never know. There may be like some. There's also the guy on Curl who sits next to Serdurgu and does the pose with the shining you know. If Shadowbringer patches are Tuesday and Eden was just pushed to Monday, this was all my complicated Ascian plot to attend the last 4 raids I haven't seen on my day off. Yes, so Shadowbringer, we're gonna do Nier tomorrow. And then we can't do Eden on Monday. We have to start doing patch content. Because we can't do Eden until we've done 5.1 through 5.3. And usually that's 1 stream per. There you are, Elio. Everyone's already in position. Are you prepared? Then he would pray every time we saw him. Stay focused. Choose your target and finish him. Oh boy. Okay. I'm too used to being geared and being greedy and having tools. I do not need it to be easy, I just need to not be greedy. I did my mitigation. I just don't have a lot of mitigation on Gladiator right now. I only have, my Rampart. The Conjurers are the greatest threat. The others can wait. Elio, deal with them. Thaumaturges? God, I've always hated mages. Or is it just that they're Lalafells? Finish them before they can cast again. I mean, they're all gone. They're all dead. I wonder if this was like the maximum amount of people that could actually even be on field at once at the time. Rejoice, gladiators, for the day is ours. Hmm? What? But why would you be? Leave him to us, First Sword. No, stop! Keeper of the Moon! Punch. Such brittle blades, so easily broken. Perhaps the first sword is made of stronger steel. Leave her, Zana. Our business here is over. What have you done, Leovold? For a sword, we must withdraw. The wounded need tending. Let's take them back to the guild. Give me a moment, Elio. I need to think. I wanted to spare you this, Mila. I begged you not to go. You knew all this. That Leovold had. Leovold and I once fought side by side in the Colosseum. The twin swords of Nald Thal, they called us. Never lost a match. Honored by the bull of Alamigo himself. But that was then and this is now. When I learned Leovold single-handedly transformed the Alacran from a gang of common thieves into the most feared criminal organization in Thanalin, I knew I had to return. Seems like a lifetime ago that the three of us used to train together in this hall. The Leovold I knew would never stoop so low. He was a good man, strong and true. What would drive him to do this? When I find him, I'll be sure to ask. Unfortunately, he seemed determined to kill me for my curiosity. What are you telling me, Aldous? I'm not clever enough to keep secrets, my dear. I'm a simple man, only capable of dealing with what's right in front of me. Is that so? I'll find him, Mila. I promise. Sweet. Oop. Oh, that's some... Why do they have to naturally be that color? Why must I be the banana man of Ul'dah? Uh, 15... Pants are 10... That is a look. But it will do. Okay. Nice 90s jogging gear there, yeah. Those yellow boots, yeah. And that's why I always carry dye on me, yeah. Usually I do, but not on Elliot. Well, actually, do I? Hey! Sweet. What color? Booyah. This is going to matter for all of 3 seconds, but hey, at least now I'm matching. Okay. Now I need to level a bit. What's the fastest way to level from 20 to 30? Anyone know offhand? And report the RMT, for surely it will diminish the effect. I'd offer to come craft you some gear as an excuse for leveling arm. Yeah, I mean, like, probably. Like, we're gonna be swapping it up real fast, real quick, so. Let's at least look at... Probably, I mean... 20 to now, it's probably farming dungeons, I assume. Unless it's, like, overworld. Well, until I get a response, I'm gonna go ahead and quickly just do... Footfalls, central, footfalls. Footfalls, 80 sins. Okay, let's go out. We'll just go out just to footfalls quick then. Level roulette? Probably. POTD probably, or just roulettes? Doing leveling roulettes with bonus on? Okay. Well, we'll go ahead and do that then. In the short term. Let me actually put things on my bar though. Alright, Will's already on. Shield lob. All that's on. Interject is on. Prizel needs to be put on. Okay, right now it's healing on leveling, so I will wait a second. Do I get any amount of decent XP for that? No, not really. Oh, wait. Should be in here that I need to kill things. Yes. I'm so surprised. Literally, it's always freaking tanks, and the one time I need it to be a tank, it's healer. Yo, that's really, I swear, every day I find something that I likely should have unlocked 80 levels ago. Yeah, that you get that. As long as you unlock Guild Hest, you should have access to it? Pretty sure. There we go. It's usually terrible XP, but it's fast. And if you need to kill like 2 minutes, it like will get you a little bit of XP and for like 2 minutes reward. And there's also some like things like achievements and stuff tied to it. Wait, I've not unlocked Guild Hest roulettes. Oh my god, Alara, you haven't either? Guys. I would get what Guild Hest are, so I probably haven't unlocked. See, this is the not that you guys haven't unlocked them, but it's like the fact that so many of you guys haven't even unlocked them when they're supposed to basically be the tutorial. They're basically a way to tutorialize the game is such an indictment. Eastern, Westerland. Wait, Bloated Boggy? Oh, right, because the Bloated Boggies are up north in here. One of the things I love that when they added flying to ARR maps is that you can like fly over large swaths of this. Like you don't have to fly straight through the footfalls. You can actually just fly to Cape Westwind like over land. Grumpy Nerd, good to see you, glad to have you. Isn't POT a really easy way to level in the range you're in? It's easy, but it's slow. Like, yeah, POTD is very bad experience compared to almost anything else. The thing is, POTD is great if you want to do, like, work on POTD stuff and, like, be doing 2 things at once. But in terms of efficiency, it's not, like, you'd be better off doing dungeon runs. It's not a bad way, it's just not one of the more efficient ways. And the reason right now that it's taking me a while to get into the roulette is just because I also don't have, I don't have a lot of dungeons unlocked at this level because I only have, like, Sistasha and what? I think that's it. I might have Temtera as well. Oh, no, I do have Copper Bells, Hotels. Okay, I actually have more than I thought. I have a friend teaching me how to play the game as I went along, so I guess it never came up. I mean, like, it's not about whether or not you have a friend, because even if you don't have a friend, a bunch of people don't find it. It's a problem that it's an optional piece of, it's an optional thing to do, but it's also the tutorial. So, well, it's a tutorial. So people don't end up doing it. I mean, also, it's not great, so it's not a great tutorial anyways. It's not particularly, like, an amazing piece of content, and the rewards aren't good. If they at least made the rewards good, people might be incentivized to do it. Okay. Dry bone, I'm assuming dry bone, yeah. Central, clutch, and then let's get 80 Sins of Sasimo. If you've never watched it's one of our older videos, but if you've never watched the history of the 80 Sins of Sasimo, it's a really beautiful story. Well, it's a tragic story, but PvP roulette will give you a level at 30-ish. Nice. And help with roulettes if you like. I'm a healer I'm working on. Sure, yeah, if you want to join Deathberry, I'd love that. CC gives little XP, but it's very fast, so pretty good experience time. Yeah. Crystalline Conflict. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it lasts every time I've done Crystalline Conflict versus the amount that Frontlines gives. Crystalline Conflict won out by a lot because of how fast the rounds were. Nafka's well. 80 Sins of Sasimo. Where is the turtle? There is the turtle. Sounds good. I'm sorry, Deathberry, I forget. Which character's yours? Brooke? Okay, thanks. That insta-pop. My machinist is knocking at level 88's door. You're almost there. You're almost there. You can also join. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll get you guys on the next one then. Because we'll probably just do dungeon running to get up from there. We'll try to finish up. Yeah, it's already 5 now, so this is a good tangent. We'll get to 30. We'll get our Paladin Soul Crystal, and I think we'll call it there. Yeah, Raven, that's usually like how it pops for me. Like if you play a tank or a healer, that's usually what it is. Should we continue? Yeah, that's part of why I just don't even play DPS anymore, is like I just hate queuing on DPS and for anything. You should not be spinning around like that, but I just want to kite at least a little bit of extra damage because of my gear being lower than it should be. Usually want to keep them stable, but also we're using AoE, so positional should not. And also at this level, position. I don't even know if there is a positional attack. Okay. Yeah, with Deathberry, with you healing as you are, we're going to be just fine. I can probably pull a little extra hard. Down, let me kill the Void Soul counter. Ah, what a nice feeling of actually needing to use this armor. Also, I just got a 1 on a need. I'm torn on that, whether that's a curse or a blessing. Okay, death is all good. Not worried about And moving on. Much faster when you pull a big pack. Do da da dee da da do. One's done. Two's done. You love this dungeon, Tracy? How come? I mean, like, I love the spooky and stuff, but I also, it makes me sad. I love the, like, 1.0 lore kind of stuff going on because of Lambs of Dalamud. I mean, that's 1.0 and 2.0, but I also love, you know, the Legacy of Gelmora. The thing is that, like, you know, Tamtara touches on so many, on, like, multiple points in history. And also led to some dark fates on multiple people's parts. I see DPS and need a lot on Seraph, which is surprising. That is crazy. I don't know that I've heard of that on Seraph, so I wonder if it's like all the tank and I wonder, it must have been like the people predisposed to play certain kinds of things stayed there, right? Like maybe more hardcore people left, but there's just not a lot of people who stayed. I'm not sure. You guys ever look at a Eorzean closely? Fucking terrifying. Like looking at a Winter Lantern from Bloodborne. Oh boy. There we go. We'll catch up a little bit. And moving on. Thank you. I'm sure for the most part, Death, you're having to basically just use like repeated heal because otherwise I'm gonna go down. So I appreciate you having a very boring play session. Oh boy. Oh boy. I'm assuming there's no res at this level. Yeah, that was my bad for pulling a little bit too hard. I thought I was close enough for heals. Oh, yeah, I won the helmet. Oh, was the helmet not better than what I had? Oh, this is going to be interesting. I see DPS and need a lot on Sarah. I started as a tank. I don't think I could ever go to DPS queues. Was a big surprise when my friend told me you waited 10 plus minutes per trial dungeon, while me waiting 30 seconds was rare. Yeah. As someone who's on the opposite side of the world on the NADC, I had worse queue times on Paladin on Sunday afternoon than I had as summoner on Thursday evening. Really depends. On the opposite side of the world on NADC, I had worse queue times on Paladin on Sunday afternoon. Yeah, but I think that is typically going to be the exception, not the rule. Usually on most NADCs, you're going to end up like tanking, being a tank or a healer is going to make things go faster by a lot. Old dungeons are so funny when they let you do this. Pulls more than 2 groups at a time. Yeah. I wish they would... not necessarily go back to doing it, but I kind of wish they would let you go back to doing it. I just realized I literally, like, remember none of the pre-Scion's plot. Probably should refresh that. What do you mean pre-Scion? Do you mean, like, pre-meeting them in ARR? I remember doing my first ever healer dungeon in this dungeon. Yeah. Alongside Take doing the first ever tank run, was ended up staying behind and chatting for like an hour once everyone left. Oh, that's cute, Oblivion. I love it because I can tank it happily. Arcanists get res at level 12? Yeah, but we don't have an Arcanist, so that doesn't really help us. Before like 25 to 40. Well, it depends on which starting city you started in Oblivion. Changes it up a little bit. And basically, for the most part, it depends on the starting city. For Ul'dah, you're basically introduced to Thancred and Nanamo by going to the Sultan Tree and getting your crystal by fighting some Void Sense. You've got the Gubu and the statue and all that, and the Ascians and stuff in the Nocia, and then you've got the sword and all that stuff with Pabalimo and Yida. Expression level, expression of skill is spacing out mitigation in dungeon. Doesn't exist in any hard content. I was hoping ass would be like, but it's just 4 people. Yeah. The thing is, I like that ass is just, I honestly wish it was even more just no trash whatsoever, just straightforward bosses. But like, yeah. You seem surprised. Did you not cross? Oh man, that goes fast. You seem surprised. Did you not cross our gates in search of blood? Come here, the children of the dawn. The undying master will drink deep tonight. Try to intervene. Sweet. Good job, everyone. Huh, assumed they were all Ascians. Didn't realize Ascians were exclusive to Limsa. No, well, there's a little bit of Ascians, and Ascians are kind of responsible for both parts, for everything everywhere, but it's much more Ascian focused in Limsa. And yeah, no, Death, that was not on you for when we died earlier. That was on me pushing it too hard and thinking that I was staying close enough to you. Okay, we said, Alara, you said you wanted to join in? And then, did someone else say that they wanted to join in? At least I did. Once you keep going back, killer privileges pop so fast. Well, either way, I'll get them. Sorry, I was out of Swiss casual. Yeah, no, that was you were fine. Want to know what the city-state portion of the MSQ was like in 1.0? The speakers got at least the Limsa part covered, so you can watch that later. Yeah. I mean, there are a lot of people who have covered over it. I'm in the middle of trying to work on some of that as well. You can also find all the cutscenes in other places. I don't intend to heal and non-support trust. Brave's not brave enough anyway. Slowly getting a comfy sage. Here, we're just gonna do 1,000 mods because that's gonna be much faster than. I'm around if you need a body. Yeah, if we have a body, we can insta. So I'll grab you, Dest. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and... Now we get to do the current form of Todorok. Sorry, Raven. That sucks. Yeah, lady, I mean, it's fine taking your time to get comfy with it, but I would also say, like, you know, especially, you know, earlier, certain dungeons, like, it's... You can always ask your tank to pull a little slower if that need be, but it's... If you learn how your job fundamentally works, getting to a place of adapting, and your tank is mitigating properly, it should be pretty easy to keep them alive. Especially in later dungeons in a way, because they can't overpull, really. They can only pull what they can pull, you know, from the get-go. It's funny, I actually just finished writing and, like, recording a Todorok video. So there's some, I wouldn't say, I don't know, there's some interesting lore. So this used to be a prison, basically. And before, it seems to be Gelmoran architecture, so we don't know what it was before that, but it was used by Gridania as a prison. And apparently it was, like, really bad, really heinous. If you, like, look at the names, the Way of Penance, the Confession Chamber, it gets worse and worse and worse as you go on in. And a bunch of the creatures are actually named out of, like, the Warden, after the Wardens because of how terrible the Wardens were. So, yet another example of Gridania not exactly being blameless in its own history. Yeah, now I'm at the point where I don't get disappointed when the tank doesn't give me some spice, yeah. Sorry, Raven. Yeah, I got used to it quick. Once I started doing healer content, I still healed the party a bit more than I needed, but it's rather than that way. Yeah, it's better to overheal than to underheal, right? I mean, like, you only need to really worry about not overhealing, really, once you start to get in Savage and EX and stuff. In dungeons, you're probably okay. Not overhealing is more about trying to up your DPS so that you can finish faster. But yeah, so the Curl Ninetails is named after a whip, basically. That had like 9. It was like a whip with, you know, I don't know why it's, you know, Cat o' Nine Tails is a thing in the real world, but had 9 like whips to it that was used against the prisoners. And so the Ochus here, or not, technically they were Flages, I believe. That's why they're also named after the Warden's whips. And then the prisoners would eat the prisoner's delight because of how, like, in order to, like, get high and not have to worry about things. The prison puddings are actually void sent. And then the Moontui saplings. Moontui is basically a bean plant thing that is used for all sorts of delicacies, especially that the Duskwights eat. But apparently, I don't know if the Moontui saplings are named so because the Moontui beans and all that just come from living seedkin, or because they're just named similarly. Because it seems like you can farm Moontui without them becoming seedkin. So I don't know what exactly is up with that. Oh, Priya, good to see you. Glad to have you. Thanks for the coordinate. Yeah, no, totally. Just getting the hang of shield healer and non-shield healer. Yeah, basically the difference is just, do you prevent damage or do you heal damage? Is what you're doing dealing with what's going on after the fact or before the fact? Hey, Tank, I know you don't want to wipe. However, those enemies over there look like they're in real need of Holy 3, so if you'll kindly keep running. Yeah. Precisely. You have to heal. If the enemy's dead, you don't have to heal as much. I know the new version for this is simplified, but, like, it's way less, you know. The old version was just, was not as fun to run on repeat, so you kind of would just dread getting it, especially with the slowdowns and the poison. They've also kind of simplified it, so now that there was an expedition crew that went in to like research what was going on in here, and they were like, oh god, the Vilekin are going crazy. Whereas it used to be that they were going in to deal with some Garleans who had set up some Magitech stuff and blockers in here, and that was a whole story. But so you can see all the Vilekins. You can see some of the Rafflesia, like the Curl of Ninetails, actually been captured up in the webbing and used to create new seed pods. And these Tainted Louse are responsible for spreading things like the, oh, not the Green Death. Oh, frick, what is it called? The famous death, the famous blight sickness that came to Gridania. They talk about it in the role quest as well. Just say, really enjoyed your Western Thamlin geography video. Oh my god, hey! Thank you so much for watching that. I loved doing that. The geography videos were not as beloved, so I did not run many more of them, but I have almost all the other maps written out, so I definitely will make sure to continue them on. I'm glad to hear that someone enjoyed them. I definitely enjoyed doing that and going deep into like all the little bits and bobs of an area. For those of you who don't know, I did a video that was just like, I think like 20 minutes long or something, detailing the entire like geography, history, and like enemies of Western Thanalin. Which is also basically kind of what I do for the dungeon videos as well. Thank you, Bean. You want to enjoy if you enjoyed the stream so far, even though it's been a little bit weird because today was supposed to be Eden, and then we got partly into Eden and we realized, oh, we needed to be in 5.3. Well, if you'd like to join us and talk about all sorts of fun stuff, you can go join us over at the Discord. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, no, it happens. It's look. You have to be interested in 14. You have to be interested in like lore and some of the like further stuff. Like, there's so many there's so many things that you have to be true for someone to be interested in that video. I understand why it didn't do great, but I appreciate that you enjoyed it. Thank you very much. What level do I get? 32, okay. Sweet. I also level it. Nice, Oblivion. Okay, that's good to know. I'll when I have time. I never have time because I'm constantly working on stuff anyways. I will definitely get on that. Pretty soon we've got our April Fool's video that'll come out on April Fool's that I'm very excited for. We have, I think this next week, the video that's coming out on Wednesday is going to be a short story. I think it's in Louis Sua's wake. After that, though, we've got a lot of other fun stuff coming out that I've got planned. I know I'm working on a 7-point job video. I've got a Totorock video I want to put out at some point. I've got a lot of stuff written up. I've got end talkers that I'm in the middle of that I passed on for audio editing to V. And then me and Aniri are in the middle of recording another lore talk on the tribal groups and like the history of like beast tribes and the relationships between Eorzea. So hopefully those will be entertaining. I mean, it's funny, I was just talking with Ray about this before stream, but you know, as long as we do like one kind of bigger, not meme video, but like a video that's like more traditionally successful, like 7.0 speculation, we get an influx of people, and it keeps like it then allows to subsidize the more niche videos, as it were. Death, you could try to like just stay near me. Like, there shouldn't be that many cleaves. Just so that there's no delay in having to get close enough for range. It's one of the reasons I love going back to 1.0 using the media. Yeah. Try to get out of the hallway so that the ads don't wander into you. And should be good. Remember, for most of the early enemies, if they have an eye symbol, it's not that you actually have to look away from them. You just have to not be looking at them and standing in the thing. Man, I'm kind of torn. I remember when it used to be that the mini bosses weren't the things, like, you just, if you killed an enemy, you got XP in a dungeon. I don't remember when they changed that. Was it 6.0? But I remember it used to be just like every enemy gave XP. Now it's just all stored up in the mini bosses, apparently. And the boss. Which, I mean, is good to make people not do weird shit like do half of a dungeon just to get the XP and then bail. Make sure to grab the key, someone. Yeah. Hey, there we go. Sword is strong, although it can't go bonk. I mean, you can bonk, you just hit him with the flat. Don't want to push it too hard. Yeah. Oh. Well, that was interesting. I'm assuming I'm still streaming. Yep. Okay. I'm not running anything weird. Yeah, I don't have anything weird up or anything. I have no idea why that just happened. The stay down the scat squish by I thought stat squish was 6.0. Looking at your outfit is making me cold. Sorry, man. Yeah, it's quite cold here. Although it's starting to warm up at long last. It's only like it's probably like 30 degrees today, which is like, you know, much better. Yeah, that was weird. It's not like I have a third-party tool or any weird shit up or just crashed. The game just crashed? Yes. The game did just crash. Out of nowhere. And we're back. Sorry about that, guys. You guys should be clear to open the door. Oh, you guys already opened the door. Good job. I forget which one uses the ability. I need to... This should... I don't know if this will get me to 30, but it should get me close. Y'all, remember when you used to need to use return? I remember when they didn't have this Aether flow here, and it used to be that you were either supposed to walk back up, or like a lot of people use return, but if you had your return on cooldown, you couldn't use it. Which is wild. When your character is in a duty, it should let you rejoin right away. No, not necessarily though, because like that, like I don't know, the queuing system for that would be because imagine like that if you aren't going to come back, it means it needs to hold that place for you indefinitely until you decide to come back. So let's say you crashed and you never came back, that's one less person who's able to play, right? So I don't know that that's a good idea, because imagine that, like, what if everyone crashed, right? Then all those places are held and no one is allowed to log back in except for those people. And then what if most of those people don't even bother, like half those people don't even try to bother logging back in? Those queues, that like half of the server would just be held hostage until either it timed out or something, right? Look away. You're so... First time... Yeah, how long ago was that, ZT? Because, like, it used to be... Because, like, now it's a lot more... It makes a lot more sense. It used to be a hell of a lot more confusing. Oh, did they change the boss's name to Lady Amadine instead of Helicarnassus? Or was it always Lady Amadine? Because I know it's Amadine, it was the one possessed by Helicarnassus, but it's interesting to me if that was like to try and not have to worry about the renaming lore thing that they had going on. Although I do think their justification for why Helicarnassus is used in Omega and here is actually quite good. Fuck yeah. Oh wow, 31. Hot damn. Good job, guys. I specifically remember getting lost as a sprout. Yeah. Well, because they used to be more like dungeons, more in line with something like, WoW. Right? Like, WoW dungeons were much more, a little bit more exploratory. And now the dungeons are heavily linear. But part of the thing is for 14 is like, you run in, you do your dailies, right? You do a run through. You're supposed to like get through that. They're supposed to be relatively inoffensive, right? And so like, you'd get ARR dungeons, you just be like, fuck, instead of running a Heavensward dungeon or a Stormblood dungeon or even a Shadowbringers dungeon, because it's just like, you know, twice the length for half the reward. I first played it back in 2014 on PS3, and that memory still haunts me. Yeah, that must have been an experience. When the game crashed on me, it would be rejoining right away if I was in duty at the time of the crash. In any other instance, I'd have to wait. Simple size since I was size. When the game crashed on me, it would be rejoining right away if I was in the duty at the time. Are you, is that your pitch, or are you saying that happens? Because what I'm saying is if you were in a duty at the time of the crash, right? But it holded a slot for you in terms of not making you have to wait for 15 people or whatever. Well, I would worry about what happens when you have mass casualty incidents, basically. And like how if you have to wait then for that to be timed out in some way, you know, could be a problem. Helicarnassus is the hard version. That's what it is. Thank you, Alara. I'm so used to like thinking about the hard version and the normal version as like one like congealed piece of history when writing like the like lore ones that I totally forgot. Client settings files 1. Still confused about how blood to get rid of it for good. I have no idea, Raven. Don't know. Reminds me of my first Prey run, Old Prey. I went into assuming normal dungeon, so I started tanking. Proceeded to get whipped when the entire party just left without me. Yeah, that's why they had to change Prey. Well, that's not the only reason. There's tons of reasons, but that's part of why Old Prey needed to change. It's just, it was a bad experience for new players. It was a bad experience for old players. It was great if you wanted to get laundry done. Ah, Elio, I must apologize for my earlier behavior. As First Sword, my duty is not only to foster your growth as a gladiator, but also to protect you from the dangers you are not yet ready to face. Bling, what are you doing? I did not know that Leovold had become the leader of Alacran. Had he chosen to bear his steel at us, many and more of us would not have returned to life. I need to know why he's turned to a life of crime, and so I've ordered my best men to scour Thanalin for any trace of his whereabouts. Unfortunately, one of them has disappeared. I have strong suspicions that he's been taken prisoner by Alacran, or worse. If there is any hope of saving him, we must act quickly. I would have you search for our missing comrade. His last report stated that he was tracking the Alacran near the Hammers in western Thanalin. If you go there, you may yet find some clues to his fate. I've been far too reckless in recent days, and let too many good gladiators come to harm. Please, Elio, find our missing comrade and bring him home safe. You frickin' have one day where you don't have to do raids and everybody starts going crazy and making jokes. Like dying in front of you and being swept up. Yeah, if I was in duty when it gets the game, always let me rejoin immediately. Okay, maybe so it already works that way? I'm surprised that, I mean, I guess they do prioritize over mass, you know. I guess maybe what I'm worried about is such a niche case that maybe that just is the better decision. But like imagine 7.0, right? A bunch of people are doing dungeons and stuff, a bunch of people crash. All the people in duties get to immediately go back in, but what if like half those people didn't go back in? How long does it wait before it opens up that slot, you know? I usually expect you guys to behave. So the Hammerlayas are great. This region is awesome. And by awesome, I mean a capitalistic nightmare. So basically, it's all the rich people of Ul'dah went, man, we tired of the filthy peasantry. Let's go make hammers that pound the ground flat and make it more stable so that we can then make this area and build it up into like rich people housing. That's what the Hammerlaya do, basically. They look kind of like oil rigs, but they're actually just about securing the ground and making so sure it's able to be built upon. It's a trap, brother. Brother. I'm waiting for them to get all WWE. Can I get the second part of my AoE combo? And what if you just gave me my intervene? Please, more abilities earlier on. Like, honestly, if the abilities you had at level 50 were the abilities you had at level 30, I'd be like, okay, fair enough. But, like, by the same token, I also don't want to overwhelm new players, but also, Oop. That's some fine swordsmanship, Elio. Mila, the first sword, certainly knows how to pick 'em. Even after all these years, I can't quite bring myself to call her that. See, I still remember when her father was first brought her to the guild. A wee lass who cried at the sight of naked steel. But to look at her now, you'd swear she was born with a blade in her hand. Yeah, the hammer's meant to terraform that don't move. Yeah. Well, so the thing though is that they're not pounding the top of the ground flat. They're pounding the base, the bedrock and the soil. So the thing is, by compressing the soil around other soil, you constantly, like, they don't actually have to move to do their job. These things actually exist in the real world, too. Basically, it, like, creates constant, like, more and more tension beneath the ground and, like, a firmer and firmer, like, old soil moves into where it was. Getting bad lag? It says on my end that it's fine. Ormvale runs either go Denny. Well, some of that AR duty roulette experience is still there in the form of level 50 dungeons like Ormvale. Well, Ormvale's 47 too. Yeah, those have I think not been reworked in 6.1. No, so only MSQ dungeons got reworked. Any optional dungeon hasn't been. Or if it wasn't in need of reworking. And the truth is, Ormvale wasn't in need of reworking. Ormvale is fine. Ormvale is very straightforward and is not actually that complicated. It just is dangerous if you're not careful about pulling. And if you, like, go overindulge. But, like, Ormvale is not in any way worse than Hawk Manor. I mean, like, Hawk Manor did need changes, but that was because of mechanics. Not because of mechanical clunkiness, not because of difficulty, you know? And Ormvale doesn't have any mechanical clunky. You just have to eat the fruit. Eat the fruit. For first boss, eat the fruit when you need it at 2 stacks. Second boss, don't stand in his AoEs. Third boss, eat the fruit, you know? Elio, thank the gods you're all right. I heard all about the ambush at the Hammers. Excellent work. You've been invaluable to the guild, and I cannot thank you enough. In fact, I believe you deserve a much-needed rest. Take some time for yourself and return when you've recuperated. But before you go, speak with Lulutsu. She believes she has a message for you.
Ah, Elio, the very gladiator I was seeking. Lean closer, for I would not have the others hear my words. Aldous sends his regards and requests you meet with him at Lichyard in Eastern Thanalin. Naturally, I've not divulged his information to the First Sword. As you may have gathered from his previous interactions, she's still rather upset with him, and would likely forbid any future association. Quite understandably, since he clearly is being groomed to become the next guildmaster before that horrible scandal. They would have made such a lovely couple. Forgive me, this is hardly an appropriate topic of conversation. Anyway, you have my word that the First Sword will not hear any rendezvous from me. Wait, what? That is not a word I know.
Rendezvous.
Yeah, rendezvous. Okay, wait. I was confused. Hear of any, not hear any. Okay, hear of any rendezvous from me. I was like about to say, like, wait, is that not? The context threw me for a second. I was like, is it supposed to be a different word? Yeah. I think YouTube crapped itself. Stream keeps buffering and chat has died a few times. Oh, that's part of why. Well, I mean, of all the days for it to happen, at least it's on a weird day, you know? Refreshing hasn't worked. Down detector is reporting YouTube issues. I think Ormvale should probably remove some of the mobs in the first area because it just punishes new players who aren't aware you're supposed to skirt the left side and pull too much. That's fair. That is definitely fair. And like having more mobs in the beginning was nice when it used to be you got XP for fighting mobs, but now that it's just on the minis, yeah, I think that's fair. Although to be kind of fair, it teaches you how to deal with patrolling mobs, you know? But no, I think that's fair. The optional dungeons do feel distinctly different. And they should, right? Like, I'm fine with them not updating them or putting duty support in them because they're optional. You know? Ormvale used to be so much worse for the first boss. Yeah. Lightheart, good to see you. Glad to have you. How you doing? Vale got all the memes because it was really easy to accidentally overpull with Careless, which makes it feel like a step up in difficulty even if it isn't. Yeah, that's 100% it. Yeah. Oh my god, I just robbed someone. Dave, you can't say that without context. What do you mean you just robbed someone? Totally. Have a good one, Simon. Always good to have you. Someone listed their obscure logos for 900 gil instead of 9,000. You done diddly. Were you just sitting there waiting for them? Oh, I think I had to leave party. Thank you, Laura, Destin, and Death. Thank you so much for hopping in. Got 50 for cheap. Oh, a whole stack of... Oh. Well, that is robbing them. Coaxing a headache out. Aw. And where have you been? Busy drowning in some sweet young thing's eyes? Well, if that's the case, I understand completely. It's been 7 years since Mila's father was laid to rest here. Oh, I forgot they do explain it in the... Okay, they do explain it. He was mean and stubborn, an old aldegoat through and through. But gods, when he danced with the sword in hand, he was pure poetry in motion. Mila's right. There's no way I could know what it was like for her back then, forced to replace her father under such terrible circumstances. And who might you be? Another of Leovold's lackeys? Master Leovold has been most distressed since learning of your return. This is unacceptable. Your master does not deserve your loyalty, kitten. When you've outlived your usefulness, he'll dispose of you like so many others. Believe me, I speak from personal experience.
Say what you will, I will not be swayed.
She looks awfully determined to kill me. Still, I'm not really in the mood to play. Mind stopping her, Elio? If I must. No pressure, but I'll be evaluating your performance.
You would die for this scum. Very well.
Read her movements, Elio. It's not exactly high literature. Well, it's not like she's using any abilities. What am I supposed to do other than just press my buttons? Okay, there we go.
This ends now. Your interference is inexcusable.
Duty complete. Jade. Oh, Jesus Christ, Jade. You gotten stronger. Good, I'm glad Mila has a man like you to rely on. She's her father's daughter, a leader of men, a true warrior, and an obstinate woman who lets her feelings cloud her judgment. Which is why she needs to be surrounded by dependable people who will give her good counsel and keep her temper in check. Now, more than ever, stick by her. She needs you more than she knows. She needs you, Aldous. Haven't you listened to a word I said? She needs dependable people. In case you haven't noticed, I'm anything but. I'm only here because of unfinished business. When it's settled, there'll be no reason left for me to stay. I owe it to her old man to put an end to this. To give him peace in Thal's realm. By making that bastard Leovold finally answer for his crimes. Oh, right. That's what... Here, let me explain. This is why I didn't see it when I looked up Mila. It's because that the information is not under Mila. It's under Leovold. And it's under Aldous. I just had to remember where it was in EE1. Actually, I don't think it's an EE1. I think this might actually be an EE2. We'll see. Scions, Adventurers Guild, Ironworks, yada yada yada, Doman Refugees. Some say Climax. Red Bills, Agents of Inquiry, Dragons, no. Faces from Journeys Past. Actually, I think it's in here. No. Specialization, Paladin. Yeah, that's in Paladin here. I actually think it is. I think I might be right. I think it might actually be in EE2. No, I'm wrong. The fact that I don't remember all the details on my top of my head is exactly why I need to refresh, because otherwise it's going to be a problem when someone asks me a question and I'm like, It's Mila. That's not... That's the Scions, her servants. Okay. It's not part of the Crystal Braves, not part of the Suns. Agents of Inquiry, Dragons. This is where we were from last time. Should have swear it should have been in this spot. Maybe it's just in a different spot that I'm forgetting, because I know that there's a section on him somewhere. You know what? I've got an idea. I'm gonna pull up something real quick. Eorzean. Oh, do I not have my file? There we go. I'm gonna try something real quick. Control F. Leo. That's Leo Fard. Nope. Maybe it is E2. Yeah, weird. Okay. Well, I can see it for now, but there is a section about Leovold in there, and we'll also get a bit of it coming up in a second. But there's some more in-depth stuff about what happened in the 1.0 lore. I love you, but there's nothing more frustrating than needing 3 plates with 70% chance to use obscure logograms. Yep. That's one thing I don't like it. The stream is making you remember all kinds of suppressed memories from 2.0, like you get hit while on a mount, you would be slowed down. Yep. What reminds me of that is PvP. I owe it to your old man to put an end to this, to give peace in Thal's realm by making that bastard Leovold finally answer for his crimes. Basically, Leovold set him up and it led to the death of Mila's father. Remember what I said, Elio. Now go. She's probably wondering where you are. He set him up for a fighting in the Blood Sands, basically, in order to win. Or in order to make money. Story time with Elio. Yeah, I mean, hey, if there's ever any, like, specific lore you guys want to cover, feel free to ask. Especially on days like today that are kind of weird anyways. We have a TFC on Crystal Curl, Euro TFC on Chaos Phantom, and Dynamis Seraph. DM a mod in Discord for details and invites. Thank you, Bean. How's your Eureka running going, Jade? And how much are you willing to run me through, just get a quick, Baldizian Arsenal done? Other than clearing the first time and getting that mount, is there anything for, like, multi-clears? Is the minion, like, 10 clears or anything like that? Playing as, yeah, triple triad for, like, 15 minutes straight. I still haven't gotten her card. Donnie, so here's what I'll say, man. That sucks. I've been there. It used to be so much worse. They, like, I think quadrupled or more the drop rate for cards from NPCs. It used to be, as someone who collected most of the triple triad cards before they fixed that, it used to be so much worse. Why are you staring at me like that, Elio? Is something the matter? You're behaving rather oddly. Well, I'm afraid I have no news regarding the Alacron's movements. I remain confident that we will find them soon, though, so keep your blades sharp. Man, I love this armor. It's so stupid. And I also love that, like, you have the friggin' Eorzean metal ear plates. It's so good. It's so silly. It's not stupid, but it is. It's a bit much. 12-3 win loss. Yeah, draw ratio. Yep. Damn it all to the 7th hell! This is madness. No, this is Hydaelyn. It's Aldous. He's been arrested by the Brass Blades. They claim he was plotting to assassinate the Sultana. This is no nonsense. He has no motive to do so, and whatever I've said about the man, he would never resort to using poison. Foreshadowing. Not for this, but for other things. The Alacron must be behind this. They have failed to kill him time and again, and now they're reaching out to their monetarist allies. I didn't want to believe Wyman when he said they had such influence, but... Wait, that's it. If anyone can help us unravel this plot, it's Wyman. His reputation for knowing things he shouldn't, after all. Find Wyman and see what he can tell us. Aldous is many things, but he is not a murderer. This is Patrick. No, this is Thing. God damn it, guys. It's quite the look. Yeah, it is. This is definitely a look. And also, this look in cutscenes is... It's an energy, that's for sure. It's a energy. Assassinate the Sultana? Nobody would ever do something as insane as that. And specifically not with poison. I feel like this armor should be called Heat Exhaustion the movie. I was wondering when you might come along, Elio. Frankly, I'm surprised Aldous went so quietly. You ought to know there was no walking away from this. What happened to Aldous and Leopold 7 years ago? You really don't know, do you? Best I start at the beginning, then. Aldous is something of an enigma. He and Leopold were two of the greatest gladiators ever to grace the Blood Sands, but he threw it all that hard-fought glory away for a few gil more. See, the average Ul'dan loves good Colosseum fight, and what better way to make a gladiatorial spectacle more entertaining than wagering on the outcome? So when it got out that Aldous was orchestrating a match-fixing scheme of untold proportions, well, you can imagine the shock and anger the people felt. He was expelled from the Colosseum, and his wins were stricken from the record. Your guildmaster Mila got the worst of it, though. Not only was her friend exposed as a fraud, but around the same time, her father fell ill and passed away. There was some oddities surrounding his death, too. It was rumored he took his own life out of shame for his disgraced pupil, or that he might have even been murdered by the man. Baseless conjecture, really, but it made Aldous look that much worse. In the end, Mila lost two of the most important men in her life, and was forced to take charge of the guild alone. And Leopold? He tried to go solo on the Blood Sands, but it wasn't the same without Aldous. His career was finished. Now you know the nature of the man you so desperately wanted to save. Though judging from the look in your eyes, I'd gather you still have your reservations. Fine then. You can't blame me for doubting a man found in possession of Rhalgr's bile. 'Tis a vile poison, rare and expensive too. Only the Corpse Brigade knows how to make it, I hear. Gods only know why they gave it to Aldous. Could go to the headquarters of the Sepulchre in the southern Thanalin and ask him, direct, I reckon. I have an aversion to direct confrontation, personally. But you don't, do you? By the by, should you save the poor bastard's life, tell him we're even, and I hope it was all worth it. Interesting that Rhalgr's bile, I wonder if it was ever used by Theodoric. John, good to see, glad to have you. Paladin 1 to 80. Currently, we are getting the gladiatorial class done because we started doing the Eden, but then realized too late that we have to have 5.3 finished in order to do the last part of Eden. Make room for the ears and the helmets is one of my favorite design choices in FF. Yeah, don't get me wrong. It's silly. It's a little bit silly. I'm very much in support of it. This is why glam plates exist. My eyes hurt if I look at it. What? This is style. This is grace. This is Eorzean with an armored face. For those of you who don't know, this is remnants of people who supported Theodoric during the fall of Alamigo, well, during the time of Alamigo, and who were rejected by basically all their brethren. So they were left outside of Alamigo, and also they were not allowed to be a part of places like Little Alamigo, right? Because no one liked them, no one trusted them. They were responsible for all sorts of terrible things. But also they couldn't go back home. Theodoric was gone. They didn't have a lot of options. So that's why this little place over here is in the Sepulchre is in here. And like Little Alamigo's over here. And it's also why in 3.4 or 3.5. I think 3.4. Yeah, I'm pretty sure 3.4. When you see the Griffin doing his speech thing, that's why it's over in this area, and it's why it's over by Karn. Because if he wants to reach his fellow brethren, Little Alamigo and the Sepulchre is the best place to be. Should probably summon. Come on, Milkshake. Ooh, am I gonna make it? Let's find out. Do you have any potions? I do not. Hey! Finally, a reason to use a potion. Sweet. If you dye this armor, you can make a perfect Robo from Chrono Trigger cosplay. Yeah! Well, I guess you don't really have the eyes, but yeah, definitely. Man, I am not like the biggest traditional JRPG fan. I love Chrono Trigger, man. Chrono Trigger's awesome. Oh, hey! Awesome. Thanks, Dad. Allies to the rescue, man. What can I tell you? That's a good feeling. Thanks, man. Where is it? Ah. I've never actually killed these mobs. I've always just ran past them, to be honest. Yeah, well, I would probably de-aggro them if I could, but... I mean, I'd have to run away, and then they spawn in really weird spots to try and get Rogger's Bile, and I'm not high enough level to not aggro them from a meaningful distance. Weren't some of even his honor guards? Yes. Well, his honor... Yes. The level to which these guys would have been specifically his honor guards versus, like, generally part of the, you know, Corpse Brigade and stuff is... But yeah. These are the sort of people who would... That was their job. Thank you, and up, and away! I'm Mary Poppins, y'all. Of balloons. Dynamis ult is finally into Shadowbringers. Nice! Bunny Boy, your boys are completely hidden with that armor. Yeah, I do love that they went out of their way to create armor that had the glam of this. Like, okay, we're gonna make ears for Eorzean, but then they got to Viera and they're like, no. No. I don't know how you hide them in there, but you do. The other thing I'll say is that it's probably better than the alternative, because if your ears came out of it, they would be an easy target. I just walked past them like they were Void Dragons and Pagos. Even if you aggroed, you could just get the stuff before they hit you. Yeah, the problem is that then you would spawn the next ones, and I'd have to deal with those. And also, there were enough of them that were unsynced from each other that one of them would have hit me in the time it would take them. Because if there's more than one person attacking you, and they're offset at all. Where have you been, Elio? Aldous has been given over into the custody of the Sicarium. They mean to execute him. We must do something. Details detailing dealings made between the Alacran and the Corpse Brigade for the purchase of deadly poison known as Rogger's Bile. This poison, is it? You've proof that the Alacran purchased it from the Corpse Brigade. Thanks to gods, you've done it. Quickly, we must show this to the official presiding over its execution at the High Bridge. Go, now. Okay. Wait, what does this armor look like for a Viera? It just looks the same as normal, like on here. Honestly, Dunny, like, that's a pretty good... Especially if it was a 4 or a 5-star. That's a pretty good ratio. Because, I mean, you can basically discount the losses, and you can discount the draws. So, after 27 wins, you got it. That's actually not bad. I mean, it's not great, but it's not bad. Let me put it this way. It once took me 234 wins to get a card once. Sicarium has sentenced you to death for your crimes against the Sultanate. Have you any last... Huh? Who are you? And what do you want? I'm here to prove his innocence. And look at that statue of Nalthal. Also, for those of you who don't know, that statue over there, when you're doing the jumping puzzle, these statues are what you're, like, doing the jumping puzzle for in, Gold Saucer. Also, that's interesting that it's Nalthal. Well, no, but that the Sabak of Azima is over him. Yeah, but you could imagine that the, like, Eorzean ears could fold, you know, back. It was a 2-star. Okay, I take it back. That sucks. These are bold accusations you make, adventurer. However, the Sicarium has found the prisoner guilty in the eyes of God and men, and he'll be executed forthwith. Don't waste your breath, Elio. Thal's scales have always yielded to wealth above all else, and Leovold spent a fortune to secure me sentence. Silence, criminal! And you! What are you waiting for? Do it! Do it! Where did that... Aldous! Just couldn't stay away, could you? Well, at least I don't have to steal the headman's axe. I love that they just don't do anything to stop him. If the gods are to have a blood this day, I'm afraid it won't be mine. Since you two are so devout, perhaps you'd be willing to offer yourselves in exchange. Mercy! Hey, Hellsguard. Interfering with the law is a heinous crime. In fact, I believe it's punishable by death. I had a feeling the spectacle would draw you here. I should have dealt with you myself from the start. Come, let's dance, brother. So it's a rematch, eh? Very well, I accept. Mila and the others need you. Elio, leave him to me. Grumpy, that does sound uncomfortable, but like, I don't know what else to say about what the Vieira are doing, and I feel like that would probably be worse. They need you up on the bridge, Elio. Up here, Elio! Oh, damn you. Ah! Deal with the mage, quickly, Elio! Gigiria, the guarded. No, my spells. A battle on the not-so-big bridge, yeah. Aldous! Aldous! Oh! Shield bash. Dude, I wish there was a parry timing like action that was like a skill-based thing for Paladin to like decrease mid damage. I mean, like you couldn't just give it to Paladin, you have to give it something else too. You almost had me, Leovold. Stay back! No, I won't have your pity. Although that did seem like the Dark Souls parry. You just had to have it all, didn't you? Just one victory! Just one bloody match! But your precious ego couldn't accept that. You ruined everything! Tell me, Aldous, how does it feel to lose your name, your legacy, everything you ever loved?
I want to know how much you suffered.
Let it go, Leovold. It's over.
Like hell's it is. I swear, you will never know peace. Not in this life, nor the next.
What a vindictive asshole. Leovold, no! You know damn well neither of us will see Thal's realm.
Let's go. Our comrades are waiting.
I do like that all of the class jobs have feel like they have a real climax to them. But I mean, this is part of the problem is that for Gladiator, Paladin's Stormblood and Shadowbringer job quests are both Gladiator job quests rather than Paladin job quests. They are more than that in that they are about protecting something. They're about the ideals of Paladin in a way, but they're not really about, you know. But that's partly because they made the Free Paladin such an open-ended thing. I don't know why people say that. Heavensward Paladin isn't bad. I'm just gonna say it. It really isn't a bad story. It's actually, I quite like it.
I'm glad you were there, Elio. Without you, I doubt we could have defeated the Alalakran.
Have you ever considered the Colosseum? You'd make a wonderful attraction. Of course, you need a title that befits your prowess.
Now that it's all over, you'll be staying, won't you?
No, Leovold may be dead, but the Alakran are far from finished. I'd rather not linger and give them a chance to regroup and seek revenge. It's a true tragedy that I cannot enjoy the company of Uldal's lovely ladies any longer, but I have faith that equally radiant beauties await me in distant lands.
Aldous,
Not another word, my dear. It's bad enough that the First Sword has permitted a disgraced gladiator to fraternize with her subordinates. Can't you imagine the scandal if she became personally involved with the man? Nevertheless, I understand how you feel, Mila. I've known to have this effect on the fairer sex.
I should have let the headsman have his way with you. That way you might learn something of humility.
Ah, but how am I supposed to remember the lesson without a head? Your father would be proud of me, Mila. Don't ever change. Ah, yes, there's one more thing I wanted to say before I go, Elio. 7 years ago, before my last match in the Blood Sands, I was given an offer, a Sultan's ransom in exchange for a loss. Leovold begged and pleaded, but I just couldn't do it. Call it honor or pride or whatever you like. I made my choice, and in spite of all that came of it, to this day I have no regrets. It's a simple thing to know what's right. Listen to that heart of yours. It'll never lead you astray. Trust in your comrades, have faith in your skills, and you'll triumph over any adversity. And with that, I bid you farewell.
I better not have to wait 7 years to see that bastard again. That's still so much I wanted to.
What the seven hells are you all looking at? This is a training hall. Why aren't you all training? Right now! You think all it takes to stand on the Blood Sands is a sword and a stupid grin? No, it takes years of hard work, an ocean of blood and sweat, and an unbreakable will. Every man and woman here has the potential to become a champion, but it is you and you alone who decides your destiny. So answer me now, gladiators. Will you follow in the footsteps of your brothers and sisters and inscribe your names in legend? Aye! This is why people are not fond of them. It was kind of flat. I really don't think, I don't think the reason people don't like Paladin is just because of the 60. I think it's partly because also because 70 and 80 don't do Paladin stories. Because I think you could because there are, look, most of the Black Mage quests fall flat, frankly, right? But people don't have as much of a negative view on it, partly because at least it's all Black Mage. It's just annoying to have 1670 quests that are Gladiator quests when it should have been Paladin quests. Yeah, I mean, that's what I've been saying. It's unnecessarily complicated. I mean, I guess it's just like, to me, it's like, okay, it's a story of someone faked their death and everyone trying to figure out what happened, and along the way growing in power and learning what it means to be a Paladin. Like, I mean, it's only overcomplicated in that one person faked their death. You know? And then it's just, like, about unraveling that mystery. Also calls back to 11. Oh, I didn't know that. Let's get our soul crystal.
Oh, there you are, Helio. Perfect timing. I just heard a juicy bit of gossip that I know you're going to be interested in. Apparently, and remember, you heard this first from me, the Sultan Sworn Elite are sharing the secret skills and training of Paladins. Incredible, I know. The Sultan Sworn have exclusive monopoly on the instruction of Paladin skills. Once upon a time, if you weren't one of those officer track elites, then you had no chance to learn the arts, and the competition to go to the top was very fierce indeed, let me tell you. But anyone who joined had to swear an oath of fealty to the Ul'dan Sultanate, which meant no more venturing, no more daring do, and no more Colosseum. Just languishing about in the palace all day polishing plate mail. That's why the news is so big. Now, anyone with a bit of commitment can learn the skills of a paladin, and no memorizing the 55 commandments of the Sworn or any other nonsense either. This is a golden, no, platinum opportunity. Ooh, platinum. They reference platinum there. That's actually relevant for some of UFGP's quotes up on Endwalker. Opportunity that comes but once in a lucky adventurer's lifetime. Let this slip through your fingers and regret will be your just desserts. You need to go to the Royal Promenade in the hustling strip. Find the captain of the Sultan Sworn Elite, Genlin is his name, and tell him how you're just dying to become a paladin. You know, like I'm not saying like it, right? I'm just saying that I'm just surprised that the paladin story is like the Heavens for Paladin story gets particular umbrage when I feel like there's a lot of other dumb things done in other job quests. Or at least like not interesting. Like at least the Paladin job quest is like has some intrigue going on. You know? Should be Chamber of Rule. I don't know. I guess my other question is for anyone who didn't like it. Like, John, if you didn't really like it, have you played it recently by any chance? I'm just curious if, like, that opinion was formed when you first played it and hasn't been revisited. And this isn't a... I don't assume just by asking that it's like, oh, well, if you replay it, maybe you'd love it now. It's more that I'm, like, always curious when people have that concreted view based on when they last played it. Because I know I've had opinions about things in 14 that once upon revisiting, I was like, oh, no, this is actually a lot better than I thought. Played it recently, yes? Okay. I also, maybe it's also because there's a lot of good lore stuff in there about, like, soul crystals and, you know, like, maybe that's part of also why I'm okay with it. I think what really doesn't make sense is the Soulstone dominance thing. How come? I mean, like, under that auspice, though, why not criticize the Dark Knight soul crystal for doing things that are unique to it and not to others? I feel like it does make sense if you think about what what soul crystals are, right, as accruement of experience, information, lineage, all these things put into, you know, brought into a crystalline form, and the way in which that the Sultan Sworn historically has been a thing not only about protection, but about hierarchy, about, about, like, I feel like of the crews, like, it makes sense, you know? So I did that recently-ish, too, yeah. I mean, maybe like, it's been, like, maybe a year since I last played it, so maybe I'll get to it and I'll change my mind. But I guess, like, to me, the soul crystal thing there is no less weird than White Mage with how its soul crystal holds someone's soul in it. Dark Knight with how it accesses the memories of past and also embodies our own trials and tribulation through us. Machinist doesn't have anything going on with it. Scholar is used to be able to summon a familiar through us. Like, all soul crystals have very specific, unique properties, you know? Nice to see a face reveal. Hey, Fly Free, good to see you, glad to have you. And if you mean, yeah, I mean, we've been doing this for a while, but how you doing? I was kind of expecting a story about the Paladin Order and the sword that dubbed us the true master of the Order, and it, with the quest, went back to Gladiator quest, it somehow soured my experience. Yeah. I mean, that's my major criticism is that Stormblood and Shadowbringers are Gladiator quests instead of Paladin. I mean, like, they're still good, but that makes it, you know... Look, typically I rate Paladin as some of the lowest in terms of quality of job quests, despite the fact that I love the job. So I don't mean to go overly to bad it for it, but I do think I wouldn't say it's bad. I just think that bad. There's a difference between saying it's not great and it's like maybe not even super good, but like bad means like it's like poorly written, you know, rather than yeah.
I hope that for 7.0 we don't get level 100, but all new crystals. There can be lore behind the massive change for job changes. I hope you're wrong, sadly. Sorry. I hope we do get 100 because I mean, if you mean new crystals like new jobs, yes. If you mean new crystals, then that would just be a different job at that point. You wouldn't be an evolution of a new job. You would just be a different occupation and job, you know? I would much rather us have 100, partly also because of how syncing and unsyncing works, and like why that's really good for the long-term health of the game. I also don't think there's particularly more interesting lore in just being like, here's your Paladin plus crystal, rather than being like, here's a new job with a different soul crystal, you know? Even in the Paladin quests, the characters say it doesn't make sense. Yeah, you mean like Solxagil's, like, you mean how they don't say that the Solxagil, that the Solxagil part doesn't make sense? Or do you mean like that they say that the dominance thing doesn't make sense? Because my memory from it is that they're more talking about this seems like that they say it's needlessly convoluted in terms of like a thing. But I don't think that means that it's inherently bad. The dominance thing? Do you happen to remember what the line is? Is it Papashan that says it at that end? I think I know the part you're talking about. They're never, so just to be very clear, they are never going to branch classes off into new things. If Yoshi P could, they would just get rid of classes, because it's needlessly overcomplicated. So they're never going to, like, split them out to different things, because that's what they already do. So, for instance, if you get Red Mage, right, the game is assuming you have some knowledge of Conjury or Thaumaturgy already. The game is just implicitly implying that everything's a split off, right? You can't use a Red Mage Soul Crystal if you don't understand Conjury or Thaumaturgy. You can't use what's like a new one? You can't use a Reaper Soul Crystal if you don't have understanding of Martial Mastery. You can't use Sage if you don't have an understanding of Conjury to some extent from the standpoint of like the lore. Like they would be like trying to read a book but not knowing the languages. So there's not going to be any branches because the game just is implicitly doing that rather than explicitly doing that. And there's no benefit to forcing that to be a branch off of. It's just more, and also, if you force that branch, you now are creating a job that you can't make more, like, slightly more complicated to use. For instance, the way in which Sage and Reaper, you are a little bit more complicated to use, or not even complicated at high end, but just, like, can start at 70 and hit the ground running, because now you have to create a job that goes all the way from 30 onwards, right? As a branch. So, like, that would be bad in terms of the amount of that would have to be developed, you know? That would be, there's a lot of reasons that I think that would be bad in the long-term health of the game. And there's just no need. Like, there's no real need. And again, I would also like to emphasize one of the great things that 14 has going for long-term health is that people can farm old EX trials and it can become easy over time. So, like, people could solo a 50, right? And being able to not completely invalidate right away, but make older content a little bit easier, more approachable, makes it so that people have access to it in a meaningful way, even if other people aren't necessarily wanting to play it. And so being able to go up, I do think that they're going to have a problem of diminishing returns where, you know, do they go past 100? Maybe not. But, like, I think to say that just, like, putting new job crystals in for split branch off of old ones isn't a solution, but it is a complication. You know? Like, it doesn't add anything other than maybe flavor, but it introduces a lot of, like, logistics issues. Yeah. They said it during Scholar Summoner was a mistake. Yeah. And they've also just, like, been very emphatic that Scholar Summoner was a mistake, and also that, like, in general, if they could find a way to get rid of the class system and just make it the job system, they would have. They would, but it's too entwined in it right now, you know? Yes, I am Genelins, member of the Sultan's sworn elite and servant to the Ul'dan Sultanate. Unless my instincts deceive me, you have come to inquire about training as a paladin. If so, I would have your name, good sir. And beyond that, you would also need the issue of, so, like, let's just, like, look at, what was it? Did Oblivion, someone had Donnie, yeah. Valkyrie, DPS. Well, but like, or healer branch for Gladiator. No, because Gladiator isn't just like a baseline thing that doesn't have a role. Gladiator is tank. You don't bring... I feel like what you're describing is the sort of thing that's for a different MMO, because that's just not how 14 operates, or particularly how it's set up to operate, or kind of should. Because, like, because if you're talking about, like, a DPS or healer branch for Gladiator, you're just saying a role becoming not what that role is. And to be fair, they did that for Scholar, but they really have regretted that every day since for a bunch of reasons. Because a bunch of people can be like leveling Arcanist, level up Summoner, have no idea how to play a healer, and then just have a healer already leveled. Because it's not... The classes aren't role-less, right? And then it branches out into like a role. The classes are rolled, you know? And then Berserker DP... Well, Berserker, you're just talking about Warrior, though. Like, the thing is... For Gladiator... Yeah, so like... Valkyrie, DPS, or Killing Branch for Gladiator. Except for Valkyrie is basically just Paladin. Especially if you think about how Valkyrie is used in 14, typically. Berserker is just Warrior. Ranger... I mean, like, Ranger is... already like kind of spread across the different stuff. I mean, like I guess you could get a little bit more. And they're not going to do pets. Charioteer. I mean, but that's now you're getting to mounts. I don't know like what that would. I don't even necessarily know what that would be. Because like remember, you also have to like just adding that bunch of jobs like that apropos of nothing. You have to be. They have to have identities, right? It'd be nice if they just required job stones from Brave Flocks onward. I mean, that would be nice. But also I think there's some people who would be sad because they like to be able to do their weird challenges for like things like, you know, Bahamut from Bravely Default. Yeah. Here, I'll look that up real quick just because like I don't remember that from Bravely Default, so I like don't even know. Bravely Default. Oh, that's because I didn't do, yeah. That's what, okay. Is an astro that appears Bravely second. Oh, because it appears in end layer. That's why I never saw it. I only played the first one. So you have to do Chariot's offensive job, focusing on people with the innate ability of Born Warrior, the warfare abilities that can deal notable damage. Future, they can also throw spare weapons at enemies. I don't know that there's enough identity that isn't already taken. The little bits of identity that it seems to have is either already taken by people or also causes problems. Yeah. I mean, maybe. And again, I'm not against that necessarily as a wholesale job, but just like you don't want that off the class jobs, you know? They already played with role switching as buff and Baja, and it seems like fun enough system if they brought it elsewhere. Well, but role switching in Baja isn't really role switching. It's what if we made a thing that we don't have to worry about balancing things like trials or raids or savages, and instead can just have something that's hyper chaotic and also something like Delibum Regine, where we can use the sheer amount of people involved to offset the regular... Like, the thing is, what you're asking for is a chaotic amount of choice that, while some could min-max, ultimately is really either boring, inaccessible, or confusing for everybody else, and isn't great for the long-term, like, sustainability of creating tailored, like, trials and things. Like it's like the same argument as like saying just put Blue Mage in normal content, where it's like that you'd either have to change Blue Mage so it's not what it is, undertune it so much that it wouldn't be fun, or overtune it to the point that why would you play anything else? You know? Because trying to keep that balanced with that amount, like there's a reason that jobs don't have specs in 14, and that what you do is you have a role, and your role has four or so many specs. So like for tanks, you have 4 specs. Those specs are Dark Knight, Warrior, Paladin, and Gunbreaker. Challenges are fine if you want to do like Blue does dungeons, but if you want to queue for normal duty finder, they have to have a job zone. Yeah, I didn't find Baja that harmful for everything else in the game, to be honest. Right, but that's because Baja's cordoned off to Baja. Right? Do you see what I'm saying? Because the reason that Baja isn't harmful is because it's cordoned off to allow to be a specific area in which that kind of thing can be done. But if you had all of the lost actions in the rest of the game, like part of what can be fun about Baja is that you can break Baja. But also that would be not one if you had the lost action system in the same way. So you agree? I agree that it's good if you have it coordinated to a very specific set of content that is finite and not having to be developed for with the amount of resources and time it takes to balance that, and also when it's okay that you break that content, right? Like if you have it cordoned off to an area where you can break it, but if you're allowed to just break the whole game, that's not fun for everybody else. It can be fun for specific people who like to min-max, but also it means that you're end up in a situation where if you don't choose to play the broken way, you're not a lot of times allowed to play. And for instance, learning the dances of an EX or a Savage, why would you do that if you can just break it? Just do more Baja. Right, but I'm saying don't do that. Because I'm saying it takes a bunch of time to create Baja. No. But that's a different game. The reason they created Eureka and Baja is to make something that was a different pace so people, if people wanted a little bit of a different flavor for a specific time. If you're asking for that, you want a different MMO for 14 to do that wholesale. If you're saying you want like each expansion to do a cordoned off thing like Baja, sure. But if you're saying you want the main thing of 14 to do that, I beseech the devs to please never do that because I don't find that fun. I don't find Baja fun, personally. I don't enjoy the way that you have to break it. I would much rather a game where you don't have any of the lost action systems and I can just go play it. And I don't have to either spend gil on them or figure out which one's the best one, or basically have all these options, but then actually I only really have like 4 options because if I want to break a specific thing, I just use a specific thing this way. Like, it's not... Having it as a distraction to go and do now and then can be fun. But if it was the main game, I would frankly quit 14. Like, it just is... That is not the game I want to play. Because it's a completely different MMO. It's like saying, like, specs. Specs can be fine. It's not that specs are inherently bad, but I'm really thankful 14 doesn't have them because they end up being false choice. Baja would be similar. You would either... Part of why Baja's fun is because you can break the game. But if you can always break every part of the game, that stops being fun real fast. Because it's never about achieving, it's just about breaking. Right? If you can use lost actions to kill all of Eureka Orthos in an hour... and like never have to do anything, or if you could bring lost actions into P8S and you can now it releases and on patch on day 1 you can solo it because you can break it, or you can duo it. That might be fun for the 2 people who not for the 2 people. That can be fun for the people who like to figure out how to do that. It's not that engaging for a lot of us. I played MMOs like SWTOR and had multiple specs for their classes. End up that 90% of players chose one spec anyways. Yes, because you can't perfectly balance. Like, hell, even in 14 doesn't always perfectly balance, but it gets hella close a lot of the time. And it's like, you may be like, well, I'm not optimal, so that's fine, but there's a lot of players who are either going to be punished by other players or feel punished themselves by not being allowed to have choice. All I was saying was it was a way to role swapping and side content was a good compromise. It has its own place. Yeah. So, I mean, if your argument is... So, Decoy, is your argument that you would like to have a thing like Baja... either every now and then, or like not that you like the ability to roll swap in the main game, like in MSQ normal trials. Like, I'm just like, maybe that's what I'm misunderstanding, because I don't love Baja, but I'm in support of things like Eureka and Baja existing so that people have a place to do stuff like that in 14. I just think like spreading it outside of those zones is a bad idea. The same way that I think like making blue 90 right now would be a bad idea and be able to use in normal content, because you would either have to lose what's fun about blue and its weirdness, make it too weak to be fun, or make it so good that why would you bring healers if you can just bring blue where you can do more DPS and healing, And I do think it's very similar between Baja and blue, because I think if you... things like lost actions specifically. And also the thing is that it's not really that role swapping is in Baja. Like, role swapping isn't in Baja. Lost actions are in Baja, which allow you to effectively play something, because of the actions themselves, play something else. But you don't really swap roles, Yeah, I think people who want to ask for that should get more of that side content. Is quite fun to switch up. I mean, the other thing I'll point out, though, is that, like, Eureka and Baja still exist, and a lot of people haven't even done those, Or even haven't maxed out those. So it's like, it's not that I don't support that we should get them every so often, but I mean, part of the reason we didn't get it right now is because we're getting things like it's opportunity cost. We end up getting in situations where we get things like, Eureka Orthos, but also, the visual update we're getting and other things because, development's put on that. The other thing I have a problem with is I have been trying to farm 2 notes for almost 2 years now and still have not gotten them. So, like, I've spent a lot of time in Baja and it's not... and that can also be annoying. So it's like, if you just added yet another version of that on top, you're splitting the player base even more. And the problem is the content like Baja and Eureka require at least a certain baseline level of people, So it's tough. But yeah, no, I definitely support like having weird lost action type content. Yeah. I would personally like jobs that follow more advanced teachings of the class, or maybe even something unique like classes similar to Red Mage. I mean, like, to be fair, like, that's, you know, Sage and Reaper start to do that too, where they're like a little bit more, like, require a little bit more finesse to like wield properly. But no, I mean, like, yeah, follow more advanced teachings of the classes. So, I mean, in lore, right? Sage is fundamentally playing off of the fundamental etheric capabilities of something like Conjury. I mean, if we got something like Geomancer, it operates under the same principles as something like Astrologian, except for it operates from what's beneath your feet instead of in the stars above, and is elementally attuned. Branching off of, like the thing is that, like, the fundamental premise behind almost every job we've gotten has been rooted in practices of some class, you know? Astrotor classes aren't my favorite because it's either you build into one role or in the other, not both. Yeah, because the problem is that, like, in a game that is... If your game is not built around the Holy Trinity, then, okay, cool, you can split it up. And then, like, Guild Wars 2 sometimes manages to make that work. But if you split it up in terms of... But if it's the Holy Trinity does exist, going half-seas doesn't serve a lot. Because if you're going, let's say, half healer, half DPS, well, if you don't need the extra healing, you've effectively just hamstrung your team. You know, and the fight design has to be created in such that, like, in 14, for instance, you have a specific comp. And the fight design, if you remove their ability to know what your comp is going to be in terms of, like, 2 healers, 2 tanks, 4 DPS, you grossly change, like, limit their ability to... If they cannot make assumptions about the comp, then they can't make assumptions about what it can be okay. Because, for instance, if you have a comp where... Okay, you've got a healer, and then your second healer is a DPS healer. Well, they have to then balance for the lowest common denominator. Because, like, they can't assume that... Because either they have to balance for 2 assumed full healers, in which case bringing a half healer means you've just... You can't. You lost, because you numerically can't keep up. Or they have to balance for that, in which case... Bringing in extra healer is now superfluous. You don't need an extra... You don't need a full healer. You would never bring a second full healer, right? Like, I think the people... Like, I think... The thing about 14 being very limited in its options, and about being very specific in its roles, is that you end up in a situation that it's very easy to maintain balance, and it's very easy to design... It's much easier to design fight choreography around the tool set you know people are going to have. Which is why we get the dances that we do in 14. And maybe that's not for you, and maybe maybe that's annoying, and maybe it's like, okay, but that's very restrictive, and that's fine. What I would say is, try out something like Guild Wars 2, or WoW, or even New World, or, like there are MMOs that absolutely choose to go a different direction with that. I just, like, personally really value that 14 isn't that, and that it is, here's your limited subsect, and use that tool, you know? And I have been on a tangent for the past 30-some minutes. Let's wrap up. Elio, a fine name. I bid you welcome and salute your noble resolve. But if you aspire to paladinhood, you should understand what it means. A paladin swears allegiance to the Sultanate. A paladin shall be the sword and shield of the Sultanate. A paladin defends the people of the realm. Sellswords and gladiators and others of their ilk wield the blades for themselves, but paladin serves the greater good. Do you understand me? The battle arts that the paladin learns have been held secret, nurtured and perfected within the ranks of the Sultan's sworn elite for nigh on these 600 years. Of all these sworn to protect the Sultanate, the soldiers, the mounted guards, and the knights, we are the elite of the elite. Our conviction unwavering, our hearts true, our sword skills without peer. But the glory of the Sultan sworn, well, much of it is buried in the past now. Our brotherhood grows smaller by the year. We are a shadow of what we once were, and the Sultan turns to the sellswords to defend her palace. All this because of one traitor. No, because of the blot of dishonor left by one who shall not be named. And because of him, we have been forced to seek the help of able-bodied adventurers. And here you are. We shall instruct you in the Paladin military arts. You will now not be inducted into the Sultan Swarm, but serve as a free Paladin. However, first you will show us that both your sword and your heart have mettled, and you are worthy of the honor. In the ruins to the south of Little Alamigo, you will find an iron brazier. Light it, and the undead nearby will be drawn to the flame. Slay these monsters and give their hearts to the fire. Return and present to me their ashes as proof of your deed. Now, would-be Paladin, show me the metal in your heart and steel in your blade. I don't know, do you guys, like, are any of you guys annoyed by the limitations of 14 and that it's, like, specifically restrictive like that? And I guess I would say, like, have you tried out other MMOs? that have had the systems that are different? Like, and did you prefer them? I mean, like, I presume that there's something about 14 that keeps you coming back. And if the fundamental battle mechanics don't do it for you as much, you know, can be grating. I'm fine with 14 being this way. I'm also not the end-all be-all, so I say things like the charioteer doesn't really make sense to me. They may say that to me, but you know what? Watches 7.0 comes out, it's like, the charioteer! And Elio's like, what? So, you know, who can say? I don't mind specific roles. I like being structured in the way it is. Yeah, I just having played a lot of MMOs and a lot of MMOs where the things I wanted to play weren't balanced. Like, no matter how much I, like, wanted and preferred and tried to, like, overcome with skill, the amount of times the thing that I wanted to play was not, basically, effectively not allowed was too much, you know? And, like, it just stops being fun at a certain point. So I'd much rather have the restriction to be like, learn this, learn... You know, and even within the confines, you have the split of barrier healer versus, you know, pure healer. So you have the role of healer, but even in that, you have two, you know, fundamental specs of barrier and pure. And then you have two flavors between each of those. A lot of Savage mechanics just do not work without a 2 or tank, 2 healer, 4 DPS play. And to be fair, they don't, because they're fundamentally... they're assumed that's what you're going to have, because they don't... Oop. Because they're you know, they assume that, so they never operate under any other assumption. I'd honestly prefer 14 because it's fun. I was planning to do WoW, but soon it became fun. Yeah. A lot of Savages, some of those are really cool, and allowing for free groups would lose a lot of the design space. Yeah. I mean, like, while you'd have fun figuring out different weird, you know, comps, the fundamental fight choreography would not be able to be as complex. I mean, like, it could be complex. That's not really fair. Like, WoW does complex stuff, but, like, it wouldn't be... You couldn't make it as tight. You really couldn't. Because you can't operate under the same assumptions. The baseline for healing would probably have to be lower. Because if you are allowed to take a half healer in, they can't invalidate a half healer completely, you know? And to be fair... You know, some jobs already in this have half healing. Like, healer, like, Paladin has clemency, right? Like, you do have tools that are, you know, as a Paladin, you have DPS tools, you have tank tools, and you have healing tools. All the, I mean, like, Aurora with Gunbreaker, you have, you know, mitigation shield tools with the Dark Knight's Blackest Night. So it's like, they already do proffer that. Where is he going? Why did he start attacking Bling? There's a reason, multiple actually, but to make this point, I play 14 and stop playing other MMOs. One of those being certain system mechanics offered by other games. Yeah. And I don't want to... I feel like I probably sound like I'm shitting on, like... Oh, it's always better to have, like, tight and balances. Like, I think there can be a lot of fun in the other versions. I just don't want 14 to do it as well, because there's already those that exist, and there's not a lot of others that don't focus on that. At least not that I'm familiar with. If you are in this place searching for the undead, then you must be a practitioner seeking to the secrets of the Paladin art. Solxagil! But make no mistake, simply learning Paladin swordplay does not make you a Paladin, nor does the armor you wear or the status you claim. I am just another aging, free Paladin, but you would do well to heed my counsel. Strike off the shackles that bind your spirit. Lit the visor that binds and find the true path of the Paladin. Here you will be returning to the captain, yes? Then give him this crystal. The way you use the sword reminds me of a man I used to know. Mine eyes may be old, but they can see the truth well enough. Be a paladin strong and true. Devote yourself to the way and become a beacon of light. This is the way. One of the reasons I like 14 is because it is many MMOs rolled into one. That's what I liked in Defend, having side content with new ideas. Yeah. So So you know what, Decoy? I'm sorry. That was my bad for, I think, overly. I thought you were petitioning, saying like Baja should be everything. I misunderstood your point. I totally agree with you. Eureka, things like Eureka and Baja should exist, and there should be types of side things to be able to do like that. You're right. It's painful where you want to play a certain class spec, but no one would group with you because that's not optimal. Yeah. And not just WoW, but ESO, SWTOR, and Destiny. Yeah. I get why SWTOR did what they did with the classes to try and add some versatility to each class, but trying to heal while also being a DPS often causes problems. Yeah, because, like, again, you have to either balance, assuming a half healer can do just as well, or that a half healer must be put with another half healer, or that there's only a full healer, right? You have to pick one of those. And then if you do that, having a single healer is just basically makes everything piss easy in terms of like no one's gonna die, you're just gonna go fat, you know. Which like maybe you can make a version where it's like okay, because you have a full healer, it's all easy, but just slower, slightly slower because it's not half DPS. But like, if the baseline is that, it's so like then the baseline's too easy. Do super chat, but others say real shit. It's still the voice now with extra funny analysis. Thank you, Ben. Especially since tanks can also get a heal class, leaving them with less tanking abilities, yeah. Oh fuck, it's a Diablo game, a like game. What is it called? Gloom? No. Frick, what is it called? What is it called? Games like Diablo. Torchlight, Victor Vron, Path of Exile, Dark Side, Loot River, Grim Dawn. Grim Dawn! Grim Dawn's what I'm thinking of. Like, Grim Dawn, I enjoyed playing because you, like, would come up with builds and stuff, but that's, like, it's single player. I mean, it's not single player, but it's multiplayer, but it's, like, not... It's a very different type of thing. Path of Exile. Path of Exile, too. Like, those types of games, I love that you can come up with your own thing. I mean, I don't enjoy doing it a whole lot, so I don't play that a ton. But, like, I don't mind engaging with it like that because it's built from the bottom up to be like that, you know? I love 14 because the point of entry is not impossible. When it was in Mist of Pandaria, I wanted to join so bad, but now in Shadowlands and Dragonflight, the point of entry is so difficult. I don't know, is it? Is it still, like, I guess it depends on what you mean by the point of entry, right? Because I feel like you could start playing WoW and probably be okay, but I think as if probably end game, the point of entry for that can be a bit abrasive. But I haven't done it in a while, so I don't want to speak for something I don't know. I would let someone else who has a better sense for it at this point speak. Face the undead monsters who infest the ruins south of Little Alamigo in southern Thanalin. Defeat them and return to me with proof of your deed. Ashkin remains. The charred remnants of 3 Ashkin's hearts, proof that you have overcome Genlin's trials. Yes, that's what I needed. Proof that you have defeated the undead. You have shown that your heart is true and your sword is metal. I have no doubt that you will prove to be an attentive pupil. That is well, for there is much to learn. First and foremost is this. You are a paladin now, a custodian of traditions, ancient and noble. A free paladin has no master. Instead, he travels all the land in every place, takes up the cause of the unarmed and defenseless. You swear fealty not to a lord, but to yourself. You are nobility amongst adventurers. You have taken your first step on a new path. You have earned the right to bear this, the soul of the paladin. Upon its surface are carved the deeds of paladins of eras past. He who bears it commands the respect of all knights of honor. Bahamut's Fang, you already possess a crystal? And you say it was given to you by an unknown free paladin who told you to hand it to me. Where is this crystal of which you speak? I demand you show it to me at once. The strange yet beautiful runes have been carved upon the surface of this otherwise normal-looking crystal. Curse him. He's made a mockery of the trial. The crystal you bear is indeed the soul of the paladin, but it is disgraced, impure. It was stolen from the Sultan Sworn. The man who gave you this soul is the very traitor whom I've been seeking these very many moons. He's an oathbreaker who bent the knee to the Undan Sultanate, who swore allegiance to the Sultan Sworn, but then single-handedly sullied our name and trampled it underfoot until it was lost, perhaps forever. How dare he give counsel on an honor, on the Paladin way? The soul is polluted, and I must dispose of it. When you come to wield your sword as a Paladin, the only soul you may wear is that which is bestowed by the captain of the Sultan Sworn. That traitor is no Sultan Sworn, still less a captain. By giving you a soul, he insulted not only the Brotherhood, but you too. Perhaps an adventurer like yourself finds our rules nothing more than a nuisance, but through reigns long and short, our forebears in the Sultan Sworn have preserved its rituals and tradition, and we are duty-bound to uphold them, even if men and women within our own ranks scorn them as relics. It has been my fate to be named captain of the Sultan's Sworn in these troubled times. Though I did not ask for this honor, I have bent my knee to the Sultana and sworn fealty, and will fight to restore our honor and name. You wield a skilled blade, and more importantly, you have met the traitor face to face. Your great task as a paladin will be to help me bring him to justice. You must ready yourself, Marshal. Marshal your resources and hone your skills, until the time comes when you are able to discharge your duty. The journey will be long, but you are a paladin now, and honor binds you as surely as any oath. Sweet. And we made it to Paladin. Digging the Iron Link look. Yeah. I hadn't even thought about that. You're not wrong, Black Flame. Rose, good to see, glad to have you. Like I ran through most of my time as a bounty hunter, bodyguard, or SWTOR, and it's not like Sage where you'll need to deal damage and heal your target. You get single heals with several AoE heals. If you're into lore at all, starting WoW is confusing as fuck. Yes. Yeah, the previous MMO I played before 14 was a game with a ton of different gear pieces with different abilities, and there were a ton of builds making, which I found super fun. Yeah? Which MMO was it? I mean, the main MMO I was playing prior to Guild Wars, or prior to 14 was Guild Wars 2 quite a bit of, which luckily, you know, like, had a lot of, in theory, options, but ultimately boiled down to not a lot of that you could get away. Like, you had to pretty much, like, if you were using Vipers or Berserkers a lot of the time. Or I made a Death Knight character, and after a starting zone, I'm suddenly getting called a hero. Yeah, well, that's... The level to which WoW kind of invalidates their own old content and has not gone back to, like, revalidate it is kind of wild to me. Pally Rock Candy, yep. Okay, yeah, fair, Yukio. But that game also didn't have a lot of group content the same way high-end 14 content does. I don't think it would work nearly as well for the game. Like, that's the thing, is if it's single player, fuck, man, go wild. Balance is irrelevant, mostly in a single player game especially. Even if it's single player, but, like, instanced kind of, like something like Path of Exile, right? Where it's really more about your own thing, right? Because the fun of Path of Exile is creating a build and breaking it, and right? Like, that is, and, like, getting loot, you know? Like, that is, breaking it's okay, partly because it also does the thing Magic does, where there's enough directions you can go that you can break it 1,500 ways. Like, if you can only break it a couple number ways, that's the problem, too. Because if you could only break it in a little limited subsect, you then don't have choices. You just have you have the way and less good way, you know? They also do POTD, but made it only 3 floors and also compulsory. Oh, Torghast, I think, I'm assuming what you're getting at. Let me amend your statement, Roasted. If you care about WoW lore at all, just don't. It'll make you angry. They do love their retcons. I will say, 14 has not necessarily hard retcons. They've definitely soft retconned some things. But the thing is that their justifications for it are very naturalistic for the most part. So I think actually most of the time have a lot are like the reasons for them make sense and also are fundamentally actually rooted in lore. 70 WoW books. You bought 70 WoW books, Yu-Gi-Oh? Because they're all invalid. Jesus. Let me equip my crystal. We did it, guys. We made it to Paladin. You know, this wasn't the stream we thought it was going to be, but on the bright side, this has actually really set us up for Endwalker now. Because basically, we'll be able to just walk through, you know, all the Endwalker quests as we do 5.X. So that's good. I was wondering what we were going to do with this, and this actually worked out quite okay. Torghast, yeah. Windcraft, I don't know that one. It was an MMO within Minecraft. Oh, that's cool. I worked on a dev team doing item design and balance for a little bit, but didn't do much work. Dude, that's cool. That's super cool, Laura. It has like at least 12 fours, the less I knew, but yeah, mandatory. I mean, like, and how you go about it matters, right? Like, I will say in 14, there's like kind of the other problem 14, not problem 14 has, but it's like, is a relic weapon optional? And part of that question is also because relic weapons by their final stages are usually BIS, which I would argue that at that point, if relics aren't optional, which means that in a sense, you kind of have made something like Baja during Shadowbringers was kind of not optional. Or something like Manderville, kind of right now is kind of not optional if you like want to raid, you know. So I mean, like, it's also I would defend like, oh, it makes a lot of things optional, but also, you know, I think there's, you know, non-optional can be, or optional or unoptional can be a much more sliding scale than it might seem. God, I look like such a derp. It really is a Link glam, isn't it? That's so funny. I didn't even try to do that. Iron Link. Congrats to the Paladin. Thanks, Deathberry. And thanks for helping him out with the dungeons earlier. Every time they came out, Grand Theft Auto was so much time wasted. Yeah. I mean, that's the problem with invalidation. You know, like, that's the problem with retconning, is you gotta be careful with that shit. Yeah, having a friend obsessed with Warcraft and got me into WoW, I was so confused about it so much, and they kept saying, just play Warcraft 2, and I'm like, but you wanted me to play WoW? Yeah. Yeah. No, and the thing is, like, Warcraft 2 helps, but it only helps, like, you to understand certain characters at the beginning of certain expansions. But, like, if you play Warcraft 2, but then you don't play Burning Crusade, or don't play Wrath of the Lich King, or don't play, like, there's, like, the problem is that there's, you know, continuations of stories. It doesn't work if you don't let people experience those stories, you know? If you play Endwalker, if you start Shadowbringers, if Shadowbringers was, like, when you opened up today, the first thing it made you play was Shadowbringers, right? Not AR, just made you play Shadowbringers. What would happen is you'd be like, some people would be like, oh, this is super good, but also I'm kind of confused, right? And then also if, like, but you know, different minds may vary. Reasonable minds may vary. If they made Calgars on the Wrath book, I would buy it right away. This is the YouTube. We're contractually obligated to say like, share, and share. Thank you, Jellybean. We like new faces around here. It's true. 14 benefits a lot from keeping the lore secret and being mysterious too. WoW wanted to sell a dozen books and had all these old games repeatedly wrote themselves into holes. Yeah. 14 doles out its story as much as it needs to, and as much as lore as much as it needs to, but also I think does a really good job of anticipating and understanding, leave things ambiguous if needs be, which it does a lot of times until it wants to answer them very specifically, which they've stated was very intentional, but also having like 3 separate layers of, we're gonna have them MSQ and establish some things, establish things in MSQ, but also establish some things maybe in side quests a little bit early, right? So like something in 5.3 is relevant to 6.3, let's say, I don't know. But 6.3 is gonna fully explain that thing, and the benefit is if you could ahead of time be aware and understand and figure out and clear it and have a very firm understanding going in. So if you don't know, it's this cool thing you're learning now and is explained as well as it needs to be. But if you already have a deeper understanding, you can anticipate a little bit where it's going, or you have an even deeper understanding of what's going on. And having those layers works really well. Yeah. Then more comes Chronicles mean to be official lore of the Devs Recon. Yeah. No problem, anytime. I've never completed a relic weapon, it's never been a problem. Well, right, you don't savage rate. So like someone like Jade, right? If Jade wants to do parsing of some kind, and you want it to be able to be comparable to other people running BIS, you would have to do it. You know? Or, you know, like the difference between 5 item levels for an entire group could be a pretty big difference. Now, to be fair, the relic weapon, the final stage of the relic weapon won't come out until after it functionally matters, because it'll be out, what, in 5.5 or 5 or 5.5, right? And so, you know, at that point, 0.4 will have already been out a while. And so it won't matter as much, but it's still, if it's BIS, it's still BIS, you know? That to me, that's like, BIS is a soft requirement in a way for anyone who wants to play content a certain way. WoW is the MMO for content skippers. Yeah, I think it's easy to dogpile on it for you know, some earned reasons, but also I think, I mean, here's what I would put it, right? There's a lot of things that WoW does that 14 doesn't do. Like, if you're someone who loves something like Mythic Plus, you don't have options at 14 and doesn't succeed at, you know, I mean, closest you get is to, you know, Criterion Savage, right? But even then, that's not really, like, it's not like there's modifiers or anything like that. We don't have something like Fractals from Guild Wars 2, and I don't want that. But, you know, like, we're all here, we're self-selecting for the people where this is the kind of game we ended up wanting, right? So it's not surprising that we would feel this way. Yeah, I joined in Wrath. I see why they kept pushing, Warcraft 2 on me. Yeah, as someone who played from vanilla through Wrath for the most part and touched base a little bit here and there. After that, yeah, Warcraft 2, you definitely, if you wanted to really fully understand what was going on, it was kind of a predicate. But they tried other beyond that. Now they have their Dragon expansion is out, and I just can't with Blizzard anymore. Yeah. Just parse on healer, it's such a meme. I can purple without bits or pots. Is it because people are bad healers, or what? Or just because people need healing? Dragon riding, even a blast for me. Love living my, how to train my dragon dream. Good, Raven, good. I mean, at the end of the day, you can like decide what your limits are in terms of the like what you can accept a game doing. Like, I mean, Guild Wars 2 kind of like had a really rough patch for a lot of fair development struggle reasons and times. But like also like for me, one of the things that really got me into Guild Wars 2 is really wanting to see Jormag and like feeling like they like had a sense of scope and scale ready for this Dragon of Ice, and then they just big wet fart for how they handled that, and so that was kind of my last straw. But you know, I wish them all the best, and it seems like they're doing better lately in a lot of ways. I just like, you know, just don't fall into the trap of being like, our MMO was the best, and clearly we're number one, and we're definitely, like, all of those are just fools and stuff, especially if you're not playing the other MMOs, right? Like, if you're playing all of them right now, then, you know, okay, you can have a holistic view, easier holistic view on it, but it's just, like, it's so easy to get in a circle jerk, you know? Let me get... Is it a night elf mohawk? Does anybody else remember that commercial? This was like 2005, 2006. I pity the fool. Night elf mohawk grenade. Did they ever actually release those? Okay, we're gonna start wrapping up here. Don't forget that if you want to join us, you can go Bean if you want to start putting up stuff. You can join us our Discord, https://Eorzean something like that, .gg /Asia or Eorzean archives. I'm so close. Okay, https://discord.gg /Eorzean archives. There we go. Thank you. As usual, sorry for the weird day. Tomorrow we're going to be doing Nier, and then the day after that, we're going to be releasing a video. We were going to have an interview with Susan Calloway, however, that had to be pushed back because of her scheduling to the April 3rd, so that will be the week after. I also have the April Fool's video almost done, or at least mostly done. And let's just say, Living La Vida Gabby is on its way. Gabby's into demolition. Black curls and big broom balls. Tom Fix likes much ignition. Illuminati gonna finally fall. Hopefully that will... I don't know that that's gonna... I feel like there's two possibilities with that video. It's either gonna do awful, because it's gonna be for like 4 people in our community who find that hysterical with gobbies, or it's gonna do really well because the Final Fantasy XIV community loves memes. But we'll see. I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful day. I'll see most of you guys tomorrow. Jalali, good to see you, glad to have you. We'll be, again, if you want to be around for Nier, we're gonna have, you know, 24 slots to potentially be able to do it. I'd love to have you. Hope you have a great day too, Deathberry. Double berms! Uplanders, sing now. Living La Vida Gabby.